Good morning, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Don, how about roll call?
Good morning, members of the committee. Representative Kinner.
Here.
Representative Larson.
Here.
Representative Schwartz. Here. Representative Simpson.
Here.
Representative Stiff.
Here.
Representative Walters.
Here.
Senator Guru.
Here.
Senator Hicks. Senator Kinski. Senator Steinmetz. Co-Chairman Perkins.
Here.
Chairman Nicholas.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Don, any updates, anything going on that we need to know about? We all set?
We're all set, Mr. Chairman.
All right, let's get started. Collection agency, Mr. Fortner, come on up.
Good morning, Co-Chairman and Committee. Albert Faulkner, Banking Commissioner, Division of Banking, at least for 3 more weeks anyway. But so I guess we'll go out with a bang. Wanted to present to you the Collection Agency Board budget. Division of Banking provides administrative service and support for the Collection Agency Board, but has no other authority other than the assistance that we can provide through administration, fiscal, things of that nature. So the budget before you is a standard budget request. There are no exceptions being requested by the board, and the Collection Agency Board is 100% self-funded through other funds by the fees that they collect to the agencies of which they license. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I stand for any questions.
Well, just to tell us a little bit about what you do so I understand how things are going.
The board does, Mr. Chairman? Yeah, Mr. Chairman. The Collection Agency Board they are a licensing agency for collection agencies that do business in Wyoming. So in order to do any collections activities in the state, they have to obtain a license for the Collection Agency Board. They're not a regulatory agency. They don't examine, but they do licensing. So what the staff of the Division of Banking does is we actually process, in essence, the paperwork, the electronic paperwork, and they reimburse the Division of Banking for the staff support.
Okay, any questions? Representative Schwartz.
I didn't think I'd have a question for you, but I was rather surprised to see that there are 562 licensed collection agencies. Are you not surprised by that number?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, no, only because I guess we live with it. We've seen that steady increase in licenses, and I think that's a trend across the country. But if you want to do any activity, you have to have the license. Now that means you may only do 1 collection a year. So the larger companies, they will carry a license in case they get contracted to do any sort of work in the state. As far as active, my guess is it's much less than that. What we would consider a truly active collection agency. And as far as the ones that are domiciled in Wyoming, I want to say there's maybe 30 at most. Most of these are out of state.
Great, thank you.
How much is the fee?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure what they charge right now.
Maybe we should raise it then.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Representative.
Mr. Fortner, in my dealings with the collection agencies, I've been sort of impressed by how compliant they are with the applicable laws that govern them. So I've been quite pleasantly surprised actually at how they behave themselves. What does it take for a collection agency to actually lose its license? How bad do you have to do? What kind of, and does that happen that this board, revokes a license?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, so I probably am not the best one to answer that. And the reason is we have no oversight over the board. We solely do the paperwork and we process the licenses and present them. The board takes the actions. The boards do anything like that. We solely serve as again, administrative function. So I couldn't tell you what revocation would look like or denial. I do know that there are not a lot of denials. Now, I don't know if you can, glean anything from that. I will say that, I think the debt collection industry in this country has the highest number of complaints overall. Now, to your point, in Wyoming, they receive very few complaints. I do know that. And then so the only reason we're kind of privy to that is we would, again, if there's a hearing or there's something that we have to move to the board, it runs through us. But once it's handed off to the board, we have no authority to act on that at all.
Okay, further questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
so in your narrative, it said that you had 2 complaints and there were 2, or at least there are 2 investigations. Just wondering if you could brief us on the nature of those and how far they went and if they were upheld or not upheld.
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman, I can't because again, we don't get involved in that process. That would be for the chairman of the board and board members and the AG's office.
All right, thank you.
Okay, any further questions? We could keep you here all day if we want.
Well, and it's Mr. Chairman, some of you have heard me talk in the past, that it's the industry to the number of licenses that were indicated has steadily grown. And this is, we've evaluated over time and talked with the board about, is it time for the board become it's a standalone board like a few of the others? And I would say that's been bannered around a little bit. I think the industry has been supportive of that recently because then they have the direct access. You're not running through one agency to get to another one. Obviously, that's not for this committee, but I think you'll probably see those discussions continue. And given the number of licenses, number of activities, and I think my personal opinion is there's probably time for the collection agency to have some regulatory powers as well, or supervisory powers, apologize, to monitor compliance. I think so far the numbers, as we said, are pretty small, but that doesn't necessarily mean that there isn't abuses going on, that consumers aren't being harmed. We just may not hear about them. Again, that's a broader discussion for maybe a good interim topic, but I do think that the 500 licensees in this state, over 500, is a pretty sizable number for a board that meets only once a month. So that's again just my own opinion, having been in this position for about 10 years.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Albert, and we're going to miss you, by the way. Thank you. You've been you've taught us a lot as we've come to this position. But in your, on page 5 there, they talk about performance measures, and there's a performance measure, or the current financial health rating is 1.34. What does that, and I understand that 1's high and 5 is low, but how do they come up with 1.34? What's just.
Okay, right, yeah. No, that, Mr. Chairman, Representative, that's a good question. Thanks for asking that. So we adopted that similar to what the Division of Banking uses. So there's a uniform rating system for banks.
Okay.
And collection agencies really don't have something like that, but we kind of created that health index rating to give a sense for what is this, how is the health, if you will, of the industry. And so we've come up with that. It's an internal metric.
Okay.
To just kind of get a sense for how things are performing.
Okay, anything else? Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Mr. Chairman.
Merry Christmas.
Good luck, Albert.
Okay, we'll move right on to the Department of Audit.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thanks for having us this morning. I'm Justin Chavez, Director of the Department of Audit. I have with me our CFO, Fred Reif. And then if there's any questions that require detail about any of the division operations, I have our division administrators behind me. So Department of Audit, approximately $25 million budget. Half of that is general funds. The remainder split between federal funds and other funds. We have 5 divisions. We have an administration division that includes the director, the CFO, and a fiscal person. We have our two revenue divisions, mineral audit and excise tax. We have our banking division and our public funds division that audits local governments. At that point, I'd stop for any questions that you might have before jumping into the budget of the divisions themselves.
Questions? Seeing none, fire away.
All righty, so I think we will start on page 19. So that's our administration division. Our administration division is funded 50% general fund, 25% federal fund, 25% other funds. We have two exception requests for the division. The first one is just moving our HR person out of our department and into A&I with the HR consolidation. And then our second exception request, which is on page 21, is for replacement of computers. And that's just the technology replacement plan. ETS tells us how many computers need replaced and what that cost is. So you'll see that in all of our divisions but one.
Go ahead, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On your HR changes, are those folks still physically located within your office? And then how has the transition gone? Has it been a rocky road? Has it gone fairly smooth? Just a little more detail on what you think of the transition process. And as well as your access to those folks today, is that still going well for you?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, I think for us, it's gone pretty well. Our HR person still has an office in our office. She's been in the office 2 days a week and teleworking 3. She's really good, so we haven't had any issues in terms of things not getting done or delays. She's recently taken on extra work with the Attorney General's office. Their HR person or the person assigned to their HR left. And so our HR person is helping out with that. So currently she's got a lot of work going on. But so far, I think our agency hasn't had any issues with HR services.
Okay, please proceed.
All righty. So we will move on to the banking division, which is page 31. The banking division is 100% funded by other funds through the fees that they charge. There are 3 exception requests for that division.
Could you just for giggles, tell us a little bit more about the special purpose depository institutions and how that functions and the software, how the chain analysis, what does that do?
Okay, so the special purpose depository institutions are currently 4 of those with charters. I think 4 of them with charters. They have not started operations yet because the Fed hasn't granted them a master account yet. But those institutions deal in cryptocurrency. And so what the Chainalysis would do is allow the Division of Banking to monitor transactions on the blockchain. So they can essentially trace the path of a transaction. It allows them to identify suspicious or anomalous transactions.
So you won't know how well the software works, if it really does what it needs to do until you're up and running.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, until the institutions start operating. Although Chainalysis, I think, is a leader in the industry in terms of blockchain analysis software.
So any indication when the feds may get approval?
Mr. Chairman, I'd probably have to defer to Albert.
He's going like this.
Mr. Chairman, thank you again, Albert Forkner, Commissioner. So yeah, when you bring up the SPDI, you now know what my life has been the last 2.5 years since the legislature enacted that in 2019. So to your specific two questions, let me elaborate. So the Fed, we have a complex banking system, one of the most complex in the world here, because we have a dual banking system where you've got state and federal energy regulators. Even though we created the SPDI in order to get direct access to the Fed's payment system, we have to work with the federal colleagues. And some days we work better than others. There are some significant macro discussions being involved. I will say that over the last couple of years, you will not hear this out of DC, but Wyoming has definitely driven a discussion at the highest levels in this country. There was a hearing yesterday before the Senate Banking Committee talking about stable coins and some of the things around that Wyoming has addressed over the last 2 years, which nobody else in this country has done yet. We do have a number of states that are trying to catch up with us for sure. So, I don't know. It would be nice if the Fed would come out and make a decision. But there's a lot of parts there. It's very frustrating for sure, but we've reengaged. I've talked to a number of Federal Reserve governors one-on-one about this to give them comfort that we actually didn't just dream this up one morning and decide to, go on a wild goose chase, that we've been very methodical for 3 years. To the question about chain analysis. So chain analysis is, as the director said, probably one of the leading blockchain transaction monitoring and analytics companies, definitely the pioneer in this space. Since we started our contract with them 2 years ago, part of it was to get trained on the software. So we needed them in place even before we knew we were going to use it. Very complex. You could spend a day trying to figure out. What worries me more about blockchain is the loss of financial privacy more than the anonymity of the transactions, because there's a digital footprint. So what we use that for is part of our Bank Secrecy Act, anti-money laundering, to get a download from the SPDIs. We actually have a couple trust companies recently chartered that also do digital asset custody work. We were able to use that for the first time on a recent examination. They didn't have a lot of transactions, but the division will be going out for bid again in 2022. There have been a rise in the number of available providers. The technology has evolved rapidly as well in this space. So the tools are getting better and better to track blockchains. And what we're finding out is there's actually multiple blockchains. And so it's not just Bitcoin anymore. There's Ethereum and there's a host of others. And so what we call the multi-chain transactions, there's now abilities to track that. I think you've all heard about NFTs is the latest craze in the digital asset space. But now there's ability to perform money laundering activities with NFTs. And so we've got to figure out ways to monitor that. So all of these things have evolved very rapidly. But the tools that we have at our disposal now, while not cheap, are definitely something that has grown and will be very beneficial to the division going forward.
So is the new administration laissez-faire about it, or they're kind of more in tune with it, or the opposite?
At the federal level? Well, I think you've seen a significant shift from the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency. So their prior acting commissioner or comptroller was very pro digital assets. He had a background in that space. With the administration change, their posture has shifted considerably. Now the whole digital asset space has continued to grow. To one point, it reached $3 trillion with the rise in the prices. That's fallen back a little bit, but I think again, using the NFT as an example, that was really not something that we discussed even 2 years ago. And all of a sudden, it's a massive market. What I have talking with people that are out of DC area that are in this space, consulting firms, law firms, the shift in the administration, especially in the comptroller's office, they feel is, and where I think we're seeing it preliminary, driving a number of companies to look seriously at Wyoming. I fully expect next year to have, well, I know we've got 3 in the queue, and these are once they become public, they are very sizable global firms that are going to plant a flag here. Now, what does that mean exactly in the digital world? You know, they're large firms, they transact, but they don't necessarily have to have everyone here. They can literally be around the world. So how we benefit, I know we set a good fee for the supervisory fee. So we'll have the proper funding, I think, once they're up and running. But you will definitely see some, I think, big announcements in Q1, Q2 of 2022. Now, granted, it's about a year-long process, so they won't be operational until 2023. But there's that movement and what Wyoming has done and the leadership that we've done over the last few years here, both legal framework, regulatory, and our supervisory framework, has continued to put Wyoming way out ahead. And I think I've mentioned before to some of you in the Minerals Committee and the Task Blockchain Select Committee that we talk with regulators around the world now. We have agreements in place with Abu Dhabi, with Bermuda, which I would have never in my career guessed that, having been a community bank regulator before that. But we are now a globally recognized jurisdiction in this space, and I do commend the legislature for their support in this, and with the hope that we will continue to support those initiatives.
Well, we might have to arrange a charter.
Pardon?
We have to go visit.
Yeah.
Okay, further questions on this? All right, please proceed.
All righty, thank you, Mr. Chairman. 3 exception requests in the banking division, with the banking division being 100% funded by other funds. We're just asking for the spending authority for these, not asking for any additional general fund dollars. So the first exception request on page 31, again, is for replacement of laptops. The first one on 32 is the one that we've been discussing, the funds for the chain analysis or similar software. And then the third exception request for the division is for funds for their accreditation fee for the Division of Banking. And that happens every 5 years.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, please.
I just noticed, I was just gonna ask are we gonna run out of codes for different fees that the banking division charges? We have a lot more than we used to have. That was rhetorical.
Yeah. All right, please proceed.
All righty. Next unit after that is the banking board. And that starts on page 36. The banking board helps advise the commissioner and also is part of the authorization process for charters for financial institutions. The banking board is funded out of other funds from fees charged in the Division of Banking, and there are no exception requests for that unit. The next division is the Public Funds Division. Public Funds is 100% general fund. Public funds audits local governments, towns, special districts. We also audit funding model data for the school district funding model. We produce the annual cost of government report and manage the statewide audit contract. 2 exception requests in this division. The first one, again, is for replacement of laptops. And the second one is for additional funds for the statewide audit. So that is an area that, as part of our phase 2 cuts, we did cut. We cut down to actual contract costs for the current biennium. The next biennium is more expensive. And then beyond that, it's unknown. We bid that contract every 4 years. So beyond next biennium, it could be more expensive, could be less expensive. Just kind of depends on how many firms bid, what kind of additional accounting standards are coming out, as well as, for instance, all the federal money that's coming into the state necessitates programs being audited that may not have necessarily been audited in the past.
Rep. Similars.
So when you put that out, put the RFP out, or historically, maybe would be better said or question asked, is that audit performed by in-state firms, or are they performed by out-of-state firms, and how do we look at that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson. The Public Funds Division in the Department of Audit did state firms that can be bid. It can be nationwide firms that can bid.
So follow up, Mr. Chairman, then do we have preference for in-state firms?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, I'm not aware of anything that requires preference for in-state firms. Historically, it's been done by MHP, which is a local firm. They've been the low bid and have extensive experience with Wyoming's financial system.
Okay,
So
thank you.
I'm curious, of the 1,260 entities that you audit, how many of those are state versus local or county?
Mr. Chairman, probably the vast majority of them would be local. As far as state level entities, statute requires that we do performance measure audits of those. And so there's 50 or 60 state agencies that would fall under that. The rest are, the biggest area is going to be special districts. There's 700-ish of those, and approximately 500 of those would fall under our purview. The other 200 would have required audits by CPA firms required by statute.
And so I see there's a cost allocation plan on this. How does that work, Kevin? In terms of how do we assess those costs for around, other than general fund dollars, or do we?
Mr. Chairman, they are the source. Remember the conversation, you have the source of administrative costs. Then you have a method, then you have a target. The target would
You
be,
got to move closer. I can't hear you. Sorry.
methodology for statewide cost allocation is source, method, target. They're a source of administrative costs that we want to clear against the target agencies so that we can recover the special revenue or federal funds. So it works exactly like it would work for the state budget department because we're a source and we distribute that to the game and fish and WIDOT and everybody else's. And also ETS and HR. That's a lot of moving parts this year.
So I'm just curious though, on particularly for their function, for public funds on this sizable, it's a pretty sizable budget. They got 17 employees. How much of that do we recoup through cost allocation, or is it all general fund dollars?
Mr. Chairman, the methodology for the distribution would be how much the agency has in for the formula, the math. What's the agency's budget? That's how you would deliver it. So if you're a generally funded agency, we don't bill ourselves. We just give them a pass across everybody for general funds. It would just be creating transactions unnecessarily. If you are a federally funded agency, there's two things that could happen. It could go into a direct and then a direct bill, which they actually worked on us with HR, and I appreciate that. Or you would have the statewide cost allocation go into the agency's indirect cost allocation source that would then transfer into their agency's indirect cost allocation. Say, for example, the agency has a 10% cost allocation. So that 10% would be on every federal dollar that we spend that goes back into the general fund.
So let me
So
rephrase the question. On all of these local entities, special districts, we're paying for their audits in essence?
yes,
Is that correct? And so have we ever contemplated assessing them a fee or some mechanism to retain or so that, it's $2 million out the door for these 500 entities?
we could.
It would just make sense to me that to some degree, they ought to have skin in the game.
And it would be just exactly the way we talked about it for the statewide cost allocation. It'd be a source method target.
I was just curious. about it.
And
Please.
Mr. Chairman, that $2 million is specifically for the statewide audit of the state's financials and the federal single audit. So that $2 million is specifically for that. It doesn't touch the audits of the other entities.
So,
So, Mr. Chairman,
how would you estimate the cost of what it costs to do those 500 plus local districts and communities and local localities?
Mr. Chairman, we track the number of hours that it takes us to do the audit. So we could determine cost from the number of hours and the personnel who worked on the audit.
So what would your estimate be?
I'd probably have to put that information together. I don't know that I could come up with an accurate estimation just off the top of my head.
So of the 1,260 state and localities, what percentage of your time is spent on non-state or agency audits?
So I'd say that section, probably half of their time on collecting the financial information. And then the remainder, I'd guess maybe about 75% of that time on local government audits.
Any more, Kevin?
yes, Mr. Chairman, so the $2 million is being distributed across what we just talked about, the statewide cost allocation. If we were to include the local portion, then that number for the state would decrease, and then we would capture the local share on the same method of distribution. And then we would have to bill, being the state budget department, because we do the statewide cost allocation, then we would bill those folks. And when we had that money, we would deposit it in the general fund.
I'm sure they'd be eager for us to bill
Mr. Chairman, we're eager for everything.
them. Okay, go ahead.
All righty. Moving on to the next division, which is our mineral audit division on page 46.
Hold on one sec.
Before we
Mr.
leave
Coach.
there, just follow up a little bit. Justin, we kind of did some work last year with management audit to try and, follow up on some of that. Have you noticed any change in any more responsiveness when we send out certain requests to follow up with some of these entities that are audited? When you find something, you ask for follow-up, or did it help with the response, or did the message get out?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Perkins, I think so. We've recently revisited some of the entities that we've previously done, and some of those entities previously had been pretty non-responsive, and that seems to have changed in the current cycle of stuff. So, on a small sample size, I would say I think people have taken note, and I know on the training side, their kind of associations, special district associations are trying to pick up on that and push training and responsiveness. So.
If they had to pay a little skin in the game, maybe they'd be more responsive.
Well, there's a lot there's a lot on the line for everybody involved up and down the line. So.
Okay, please proceed.
All righty. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mineral Audit Division on page 46. So Mineral Audit Division is funded by both federal and general funds, approximately 65% federal funds, 35% general funds. And so the division does audits on behalf of Honor. And so the federal government reimburses the department for those costs. There's one exception request for the division, and it has no dollar impact. So for this exception request, as part of our phase 2 cuts, the funding for the position was eliminated, but the position itself wasn't. And so this exception request would just eliminate the position as well. And then on to the last division, page 52, which is our excise tax division, one exception request, and that's just for replacement of laptops.
Okay, further questions? Anything further?
I think I'd probably take the opportunity to thank our employees in the Department of Audit. You know, with Albert leaving, you know, it's kind of, that division has experienced significantly high turnover, about 70%, I think, in the last 2.5 years or so. A lot of experienced people have left the division. And that's, you know, at the same time, the number of entities under regulation is continuing to increase, particularly the number of charters or number of trust companies. And then, of course, we have the SPDIs. Two other divisions have experienced similarly high turnover. And so I just like to thank my employees for picking up the slack and working through the challenge. It hasn't all been doom and gloom, though. The revenue divisions have continued to contribute to state revenue. So $48 million in collections in that roughly that same time period, another 61 million in assessments. We had 2 divisions have their peer reviews this year. The minerals division had no findings for their peer review, which my experience in peer reviews is pretty rare. Peer reviewers like to find things. Auditors in general like to find things. So to have no findings.
I resemble that.
What's that?
I said, I resemble that comment.
The public funds division had their peer review as well. And both members of the peer review team commented on, they were impressed by the number of quality findings that we had given the number of hours on the audit. They both said in their respective shops that for those kind of findings, it would have required many more hours. Our census process, I think, has been one of the smoothest I can recall. And that there's been a lot of new employees that have been part of that process. Still some good things. We're making progress, just maybe not as many audits as we're used to or that we would like to do. And so I'm just appreciative that everybody's kind of
So how
picked
will
up the slack.
how will the governor's request for salary increases impact your agency?
Mr. Chairman, so I think all but 4 of our employees are below market. And so I think pretty much everybody would see an increase. We have had people leaving for increased salary. We have recently had people declining job offers because of salary, which historically, I've been with the Public Funds Division 19 years and I can't ever remember job offers being declined. And we had 3 probably in the last year. So I think it would help towards trying to retain and recruit.
Okay, any further questions? Representative Larson.
Thank you. If I could go back to we talked about the RFPs on the audits and stuff. So do you normally have a significant number of proposals come in, or is it generally just a few? And I'm just trying to get my head around the requirements you have in that bidding process. And if you have requirements to do more, or to have a minimum number of proposals before you award it.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson. So there's nothing specific that requires a minimum number of proposals. I'd say historically, we probably get 3 or 4 each time we do that. And probably I'd say probably half of those are in-state firms and then half of them out-of-state firms. Although there is a requirement in the RFP that if it's awarded to an out-of-state firm, that they have to subcontract 30 or 35% of the work to an in-state firm.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay, looks like we've wrapped up. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
moving along quickly. Or Myers, go ahead.
I have a quick question, Kevin. Hey, Kevin, so I was just looking at the
Thank
Department of Audits, the numbers out of the book, the Department of Audit on the salary adjustment. And so just a quick question is going back to understand. So just, I mean, this would apply to any agency, but since they were up. So they were, when we look in the, you've got class code title and you got lag from the 2020 market. And so they have, for example, they have a senior, an auditor two.
Page one.
This is page 3062. So the auditor two and the lag from the 2020 market is 29.73%. Does that mean that that is 29.73% below market? Is that what that means? Is that obvious? Thank you.
Okay. This is 14, right? Welcome. How are you this morning?
Good morning. My name is Angela Oakrey, and I am the Executive Director of the Wyoming Miners Hospital Board. I'm a new face to the agency. I joined the agency in June of 2020. Our agency has 2 offices, and we have 1 office in Gillette and a satellite office in Rock Springs. We have 3 employees, 2 in the Gillette office and 1 in the Rock Springs office. We are not a general fund agency.
Mhm.
And we
Can
are
you move
part
that
of,
mic a little bit closer.
you bet.
Thank you.
And we are part of the Miners Hospital Permanent Land Fund. Do you want me to give a little bit of an update of kind of where our agency is?
Sure, that would be
All right.
great.
So we have over 7,000 active members who receive our benefits. We average about 75 visitors a month between the 2 offices and about 270 phone calls a month that we receive asking about benefits, helping them with their coverage, making sure that their claims are processed. We cover 4 areas. The 4 areas we cover are musculoskeletal, hearing loss, cardiac, and pulmonary respiratory. This fund was set up to help miners who have 10 years of mining experience and our Wyoming residents with some additional funding for them each year to help pay for those 4 categories. We average about 15 new members every month. And one exciting thing, at the end of 2020, we were able to increase our benefit for hearing aid coverage from $2,000 to $3,000, which is very exciting. Hearing aids are very expensive.
Tell us about
I
it.
hear that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I see.
I've heard all of those. So going on into my budget, if there are no
Please
questions,
proceed.
I have a flat budget. The minor changes are in the 100 series. We had a slight reduction due to the benefits. Supportive services is flat. We did have a little bit of an increase in cost allocations in the 300 series, $100. And then the central services, as far as IT and everything, up a little bit. We did move the Gillette office from a standalone office into a state building in Gillette. So we were able to utilize resources such as cheaper phones and paper and things like that. So we're seeing a benefit from that. Plus, it helps to have people understand that we are a state agency. A lot of people don't realize that we are a state agency. The other piece of that is the contractual services, which is the largest portion of our budget, and that is the funds that are used to pay for the benefits for our members. Are there any questions?
So, yeah, I'm curious about your fund balances. So as you proceed through your budget, just kind of, and how those continue to increase. And why don't you describe for everybody the sources of those funds?
On page 10, yeah.
Right.
Thank you. So as you can see on page 12, our funds come from this list of areas. Was everybody familiar? The bentonite lease, special use graze lease. So that's where our funds come from into our revenue. Does that answer your question?
And your balances, they appear to continue to increase. So basically your permanent funds are getting larger and larger.
Correct.
So you're having a hard time spending all your money.
So by statute, we're allowed to spend 10% over a biennium.
Mhm.
And as we increase the number of members, we'll see an increase in the cost that we'll use to, does that answer your question?
Sure. And what's your understanding of how your number of members have increased over time in the last 5 or 10 years?
So we've actually had a little bit of a decrease in our number of members. I did a complete audit when I first started in this, and we made sure that everybody that was in our program was actually eligible. A lot of members have either passed on or moved away. We had about 600 members that were no longer eligible for our program that have either moved out of state or have passed away. Now our big goal is to make sure that we still have individuals that understand that our program is out there. We have a lot of people that have 20, 30 years of mining experience and have no idea that we even exist as a program. I put out to the board and asked them, please tell people. We have board members from all over the state. We've seen a real increase of people. I didn't even realize this was a program. And so getting the word out to let people know that it is a program and its benefits that are available has been a drive that we've had.
Yeah, and my recollection is from past testimony, that's always been one of the major hurdles that you're working through.
100%.
Okay, anything else?
I don't have anything. Do you have any other questions?
Any further questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
this will probably be a question for Don. Don, looking at the statutory authority for these two funds that are in the miners hospital, and just note that what it talks about in the first instance that the citing from the statute, state treasurer shall credit to the account 600,000 from the interest accrued within the miners hospital account within the permanent land income fund. Is there a with the work we did in 121, or long story short, is there a problem with the fact that we use the word interest? Interest accrued within the miners hospital account based upon how that's invested and
Mr. Chairman, I think the answer is yes. I don't know whether this statute was pulled because I suspect they prepared this budget this summer. And in Senate File 121 from last year, many of those citations in the first half of the bill were modified. So we'll have to check and see if this one has been modified. If it has not, I would concur that it would be ripe to change that to earnings.
okay, yeah, thanks.
Okay. Representative Schwartz.
So just so I'm sure I understand, you're authorized to spend up to 10% of what the corpus is in a year. Is that correct?
In a biennium, so
Biennium.
5% each year, correct?
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay, it feels like it's a track meet. Here we go. Yeah. We'll take a 10-minute break. Yeah, we'll take a break. The good news is we're ahead of schedule. The bad news is that Department of Health's up next.
Bad news is what?
That health is next. So it's just a 360-page little skip through the park. So, all right, come on up. Welcome, Stefan. It's good to see you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, good morning. My name is Stefan Johansson. I'm the interim director.
Hold that mic a little closer.
I'm the interim director for the Wyoming Department of Health. Appreciate the opportunity to present our large and complicated budget to you this morning. Before we get started, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'd like to introduce a few of the staff that I have with me, starting with Eric McVicker, our Chief Financial Officer. We have Terry Green, our state Medicaid agent and senior administrator of the Division of Healthcare Financing. Stephanie Pyle, senior administrator of the Division of Public Health. Matt Petrie, who is our Behavioral Health Division senior administrator. Lisa Oswald, Aging Division. David Robinson with the Director's Office. He is our policy administrator and oversees our privacy, security, and contracting functions. And last but certainly not least, Franz Fuchs, who's our Chief Policy and Data Analyst in the Director's Office. And with us today, we also have Jesse Springer with the Medicaid program and Matt Hager with Medicaid Fiscal. Before I move on, Mr. Chairman, as some of you might know, we have some congratulating news, but also bad news. Terry Green is retiring from the Department of Health next month. And I wanted to take the opportunity to thank her for so many years of service. She holds the current record for longest standing Medicaid agent in the country. And in all sincerity and seriousness, Terry's been an unbelievable mentor and leader for me personally, for this department, and some of the things that Medicaid and healthcare financing have accomplished under her leadership just since I've been with the agency since 2013 are truly remarkable.
How long is that? How long has Terry been doing it?
I believe Terry, she can correct me if I'm wrong, has been our state Medicaid agent for over 15 years with the Department of Health for longer than that, going back to the 90s. 14, excuse me.
And I knew Terry long before she ever got to the health, Department of Health.
But again, just a huge congratulations to Ms. Green, and we're going to miss her, but she's built such a good team over at Healthcare Financing that I think we'll be able to leverage our internal talent and move forward with the structure that she's built.
Mr. Chairman, please. If you get bored, you could always go back to workers' comp.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I wanted to say, extend my personal thanks to Terry. In the brief time I've been in the legislature, I had some constituent concerns. And of course, once you start cracking open the Medicaid code and claims processing, it gets difficult very, very quickly. And they've always been handled professionally and in a timely manner. And I greatly appreciate it, as did my constituents. So thank you, Terry.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Moving on, we understand, watching some of the other budget presentations, you've been moving relatively quick for JAC, and we want to get straight into the substance of our budget. Before we do that, just a brief summary from my perspective of the past 18 to 24 months that will really give you some background on why our budget looks the way it does and some of the nuances and complexities that are in there. As you all know, for the past year and a half, we've been significantly engaged in our COVID-19 response going back to the winter of 2020. And can't thank the staff at the Department of Health enough for all of their tireless efforts over the past 1 to 2 years with the COVID response, and all of those that have picked up the slack that weren't involved in that response, but kept our ship sailing in the right direction. Because of the COVID pandemic, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, we've seen numerous changes in federal policy, federal regulations, and federal financing, a lot of which will be a part of the department's 23-24 budget request, and some of the moving parts that you'll see in there and that we will explain this morning are directly or indirectly related to some of the new funding sources, some of the policy changes or regulatory changes in Medicaid, for example, but wanted to give you that intro first because this is a bit of a unique budget for the Department of Health this go around. So some of my introductory comments and some of the information we've shared with you really cue that up before we do the page turn in the budget where you'll recognize some of those themes coming back. I did want to mention before we dive into the details here, you heard from the Department of Administration and Information, or A&I, as you've heard from a lot of other agencies about the compensation proposal, the retention, recruitment, and turnover issues faced by many agencies around the state. I'll be very brief in my comments here, but really target them towards where we see most of our major turnover, recruitment, and retention issues are in our facilities, our direct care settings, and in our field offices. That does not mean that we don't have those issues here in the administrative or program offices in Cheyenne. We certainly do, and we can discuss those details. But where we really hemorrhage, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, as many of you are well aware, at our safety net facilities like the State Hospital, the Life Resource Center, the Retirement Center in Basin, recruiting and retaining nurses, CNAs, and certain specialty professions are an ongoing challenge for the Department of Health, as they are for other agencies that have facility-based services like corrections, Department of Family Services, Workforce Services Field Office. I wanted to mention that because we have struggled with that, and I think compensation is a big part of that. It's certainly not the universe of recruitment and retention, but it is, as an amateur or recovering economist, something that I always look to that can really move needles. So I think the proposal that the governor and A&I put in front of you for compensation would certainly be a step in the right direction, specifically for Department of Health field and facility staff, where we do have those safety net missions. Mr. Chairman, we'll dive into one document that we sent you. We sent you two. The first is a policy brief, about 6 pages. It looks like this that I'm holding here. And we're really going to focus on the first page and the last 2 pages as an introduction before we get into the budget book. As you can see in that summary document, for the 2022 budget session and the 23-24 budget for the Department of Health, we requested exceptions totaling $73.6 million in general funds, $38 million in other funds, and $103 million in federal funds. The governor recommended out of that $15.7 million of general funds be allocated, $38.1 million in other funds, and $74 million in federal funds be approved. That's the high level summary. And if you look at table 1, again, before we go into each page of the budget book, we broke these into or collapsed them into what we hope are more understandable or discernible categories. And you can see there's a handful of them on that left-hand column there. And I'll just give you a few details about each one. The first row, what we're calling budget cut restorations related to ARPA maintenance of effort. About $30.6 million of general fund requests here, really related to the Medicaid area. And if you'll recall from last session working with this committee, there were several cuts that were proposed either in the step 2 or the step 3 process that were in the Medicaid program or the waiver programs that we would consider home and community-based services. During that session, you might recall our conversations, federal legislation came out that offered an enhanced federal match for home and community-based services, which the state through governor's office and you all in the legislature directed us and elected to go after, to essentially get a 10% enhanced match for those services.
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
Stefan, I just want to make sure I'm on the correct handout. It's it says 23-24 budget summary, December 2021.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, that's correct.
And it's the last page we're talking about.
We're talking about the first page, Senator.
All right, super. Thank you.
That enhanced 10% match for home and community-based services that came from the federal COVID legislation had some strings attached to it, which was a maintenance of effort provision that continues during this period. I believe going back to last year, it's a 2-year maintenance of effort period. Our healthcare financing folks can correct me if I'm wrong about that. That's what these requests are related to. What you all did in our budget session or in our session last session is you took those step 3 cuts. Most of them were step 3 cuts, said, don't make those cuts on July 1st. We will give you 1 fiscal year of funding and come back and ask for them again. That's across 2 categories that we'll talk about here, but this first one is that maintenance of effort related to the ARPA legislation.
And Stefan, you explained to us those strings last year when we walked through this process. So this is not a new information. This is just kind of a re-articulation of what we knew was coming.
Mr. Chairman, that's accurate.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So he did, but there was some uncertainty that attended to it. My question is, and it may be preliminary, there's only one of these restorations that's flagged as MOE, and that's the first one.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Senator Kinski, that first row encompasses numerous requests. We're just listing it here as a collapsed category.
Okay, so every MOE is in that first line.
Mr. Chairman, that's accurate, and we will get into
Thank you.
each one of those details.
Thank you.
What you'll see, members of the committee, on some of these requests, and we'll talk about this in more detail. You'll see several areas where the department requested general fund and federal funds. The governor recommended $0 of general funds, but approval of the federal funds. What that will mean, and we'll talk about the general language that you'll see throughout the budget, the governor's office has recommended that the department use 2021, 2022 reversions that we project, and we'll talk about that here in a minute, to fund about $26 million of our exception requests. So when you see a $0 governor's recommendation, but you see the approval of the other funds or the federal funds, throughout our budget, that generally means the governor has recommended that we use those reversion carry forward dollars to finance one time for the next biennium, those exception requests.
Please.
With state law, the reversions are all.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, that's correct.
And so as you walk through those steps, I think it will be helpful so we can understand this in the future. If it's one time $1, where is that going to put us in the next biennium, and what bridges we might have to face?
Mr. Chairman, absolutely. Once we finish this table, that's what we'll go into next.
All right.
The next category, so row number 2 on table 1 on page 1, these were budget cut restorations, mostly step 3. Again, like I mentioned in the first category, we received legislative direction in the budget bill to not make those cuts last session. We received 1 fiscal year of funding in those areas with direction to come back and request those, discuss those with this committee and the legislature. So you'll see a couple of those that they're not related to ARPA MOE, but they were step 2 or step 3 cuts that the legislature restored for 1 year and directed us to come back asking for them for the 23-24 session.
Please, Representative Schwartz.
So I'm on the first 2 lines, I'm going back to that. There's 20, you're saying there's 26.4 million available in reversions, but the governor's change looks to be more like 40 million. So what's that gap?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz, happy to answer that. If you'll bear with me, we'll get to that I appreciate that, sir. Thank you. We'll get into all of that detail on our projected reversion discussion. A few more categories, Mr. Chairman, if I may. Again, these are all collapsed, hopefully to be a better summary than just starting on page 1 of the budget book. We do have some requests for what we're calling provider rate increases, both on the developmental disability provider side, the preschools, DD preschools, which you'll remember we have a requirement to bring external cost adjustment requests to the legislature. We will talk about that during our page turn on the budget. And we also requested a nursing home rate increase to increase Medicaid cost coverage in nursing home reimbursements for Medicaid clients.
So, Mr. Chairman, please. So Stefan, then as I would read this, this would be one of those issues in that group of DD providers, preschools, nursing homes. You had made an $18 million exception request and the governor's only approved 1.1 million and has not said we're going to use reversions.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, that is largely accurate. The next category, members of the committee, is our veterans home. We are approaching completion of the new nursing home on the Veterans Home campus in Buffalo. As you'll recall from our discussions last session and the session before, we require 36 positions to operate that new nursing home in Buffalo. We anticipate that construction will be complete in June or July of next year, and we will start increasing our census, getting clients into that facility. One thing I wanted to remind the committee is what you'll see here is a $5.1 million request, and the governor has approved that. But this facility, similar to the retirement center in Basin, we have designed with you all to operate longer term as a revenue neutral or even a revenue positive facility. Because of the funding model at the Veterans Nursing Home that we anticipate operationalizing with the VA funding, the Medicaid rate, and private pay rate over the course of a couple of years, once we have that fully operational and the census up, we anticipate that will require no general fund subsidy. It will operate revenue neutral and potentially even cash flow positive.
And what's the timing? When do we get there?
Mr. Chairman, that's a great question. Conservatively, I would say after 2 years into operations, we should be close to our full census. Staffing up a facility like that and getting the patients and getting the VA and the Medicaid dollars flowing will take some time. So on July of 2022, when we open, we won't be fully operational at that time. The next several categories I'll just discuss very briefly. We have several system infrastructure requests in Medicaid. These are related to the eligibility system, as well as the new, what we call the WINGS system. Different CMS requirements for interoperability or monitoring, as well as some system enhancements and upgrades. I know these requests are always frustrating to this committee, as they are to all of us in the IT world. As a reminder, in Medicaid system costs in the Department of Health, those are typically funded at either 90% federal match or 75% federal match for ongoing maintenance and operations. So we'll get into some of those details in our budget book. We also have a category, Mr. Chairman, for what we're calling Medicaid policy shifts. There's various non-general fund requests in here related to school-based services, which we can talk about in more detail if you'd like. That's a program the legislature authorized 2 years ago. Codified it last year, and we've been working with the Department of Education and others to get more federal funding into Medicaid school-based services. So you'll see a zero general fund dollar request on our end, essentially to be able to get those expenses matched, draw down the federal funds, and offset what would be state expenses. Within this category, Mr. Chairman, you also have something that I do want to point out to the committee because it cuts across 2 agencies, Department of Health and DFS. We saw a federal policy change and a regulatory change surrounding residential treatment centers for youth in Wyoming, which have historically been able to receive some Medicaid funding throughout the state. Won't get into all of the details here until we get to that portion of the budget book, but in a high-level summary would be those facilities, CMS and the feds are now calling them or designating them as what we call institutes for mental disease, which has it's basically a facility that's more than 16 beds that's primarily dedicated to mental health services. There's a prohibition, it's very complicated in the regulatory schema. There's a prohibition on some federal funds there going through Medicaid. We have a $1.8 million request so that we can continue providing funding for those residential treatment centers that serve DFS kids throughout the state, with a long-term plan, as Director Schmidt may have described to this committee or some of you individually, to transition those providers into a different kind of compliance with legislation that I believe is known as QRTP, and certainly have some folks speak to that if you need. But wanted to highlight that because that is a request the Department of Health is making to ensure that over the course of the next biennium, we can continue to fund those necessary services in residential treatment centers for kids, knowing that we won't have, because of the federal policy change, the federal match to do it.
Please.
So Director Johansson, so that IMD, designation to these RTCs that are treating juvenile services then is similar to the designation that the state hospital has, which is an institution of mental illness, and we are not able to recuperate through Medicaid those services. And if I understand that correct, that is through the this new program that came out through the federal government and kind of caught all of these a little bit flat-footed. Is that fair?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, that is fair. And the state, for adult services, the state hospital, WBI, certain residential mental health services, group homes, et cetera, are also classified as IMDs and or institutes for mental disease and have been for many, many years. This is a federal policy change that kind of added a new layer to that. And we're making this request so that we can continue furnishing those funds while we look for alternatives.
Mr. Chairman, was that through the Family First? Was that through the Family First Act?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, yes, that's my
Okay,
understanding.
thank you.
Please.
Stefan, did we not know this was coming? It just jumped out at us in what, just a few months' notice, or did we have a longer, could we have been prepared for it?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, we've known for a little bit longer, but Families First Act came out just a couple of years ago. The implementation we learned of that CMS would have this designation this calendar year. So we really started working on it for this budget request.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, just a few more comments here. The next category that you'll see we're calling ARPA Older Americans Act. These are in our aging division. We received direct ARPA funding, not through the governor's state funds that were received from ARPA, but directly from the feds in our aging division for various Older American Act programs. Think of congregate nutrition, home delivered meals, senior center services, those types of things. We have about little more than $7 million of federal ARPA funds sitting in our aging division. We have not allocated them for two reasons. One is the financing from our state funds and our other federal funds to the senior centers largely in these programs is sufficient right now. And secondly, and most importantly, with those ARPA funds that were coming to the Older American Act programs, they came with a state match requirement, which would total about $1 million that you'll see in our various units in the aging division in our budget book. Every state, I think every jurisdiction is upset about that we received these federal relief dollars for these programs, but unless you pony up to the bar, you can't spend them. We have heard and we have seen some action at the congressional level to potentially fix this or modify it where that state match would be less or would go away. Accordingly, in conversations with Director Hibbert in the budget office and the governor, we recommended for the time being to deny this request, but we wanted it on the record because we certainly understand that in that service delivery area, those funds could be very beneficial. We didn't think it was prudent at this time to provide that state match, especially if there's a congressional fix at the federal level that might be coming. And between now and the session in February, we will certainly update this committee and the legislature if that comes to pass, and that you will see a governor denial for that reason here in this request.
Stefan, is that a 75%? What's the match?
Mr. Chairman, I'd have to look to Ms. Oswald to correct me. I believe it's a 10 or 15% state match because it's about $7.5 million in federal funds with a little less than $1 million match, which would put us around the 15%.
What's the time period when it has to be expended?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know that. I think it varies.
If it's ARPA, it should be 3 to 4 years. Right? Okay, thank you.
Finally, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, the last three categories are mostly administrative, budget true ups, HR consolidation, so position moving, not a lot of general fund here. But I did want to mention on the safety and compliance category that you see there, we do have a small general fund request for $170,000 at the state hospital to improve our guardianship services for clients. Many of you who have worked with or know the operations of the state hospital know that we really struggle to get guardianship for some of these clients that don't have family members, don't have advocacy. And we do have dollars that we contract out for those types of services. This would help us do two things. Increase the amount of guardians we can potentially get for these clients so they have advocates. And essentially one of the barriers we see with community members, folks who are interested in having wards or having guardians, there's legal fees associated with that. And this would help offset those, pay for those so that these clients could have guardians. It would also allow us to inject a little bit more competition into our contracting services and look what's out there for organizations that could help us do a better job there. So relatively speaking for the department, it's a small request. It's near and dear to my heart, having previously overseen the state hospital, and you really do see that these patients, these clients struggle to have that level of advocacy. So wanted to point that out to the committee.
Representative Larson.
Director Johansson, what's the other fund source on that? Is that through the facility funds or?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, great question. That is the other funds there are totally separate from that state hospital request. In those safety and compliance category, you will also see permanent land fund requests at the state hospital and Life Resource Center for equipment purchases.
Thank you.
So I'm sorry, I didn't catch up. What was the source of the fund?
Mr. Chairman, the 170,000 would be a general fund request. And then the 1.1 million is largely permanent land fund at both facilities that we typically use for equipment and maintenance. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, the next couple of pages I won't go through. It just provides a little bit of narrative just for your benefit as you potentially need to reference these documents. But I'd like to flip to page 5 unless there are questions that I can answer about the table.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative.
Director Johansson, just so I understand the big picture on page 1, the very first line item, budget cut restoration, ARPA, maintenance of effort. So the general fund request was $30 million. It's listed as $0 with an asterisk because you're planning on using reversions. Is that right? So you're planning on spending the money, but you don't have to budget it because you expect to have it from reversions. Is that the big picture?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stith, yes, that's largely accurate. The reversions, if we're given that authority to carry them forward from this biennium to next biennium, would fund those exception requests that are noted throughout our budget book. Mr. Chairman, if you'll turn to page 5, the last kind of summary information I'd like to give you, since we've been talking a lot about reversions, is to Representative Schwartz's question. What do those reversions look like and what are we anticipating through the governor's recommendations and languages in the budget to cover? What you can see on page 5 of this document in figure 1 is that we model this out probabilistically based on about 10 years worth of budgeting data from the Department of Health so that we can have a better understanding than just a straight line projection of what we've spent this biennium and what our burn rate is, to look at what's some of that nuance month to month throughout the course of many years where we see kind of cyclical or non-cyclical payments, invoices, money that goes out the door. And this helps us really, whether we're coming in with reversions or not, model out where we will be with our general fund budget. And what you can see on the figure here is that we are 90% confident in this biennium that we will come in with approximately $76 million in general fund reversions that could be carried forward. Most of the reason for that dollar amount, there's a few, but the largest one is, like we've been talking about, we have had enhanced federal funding across the enterprise because of various COVID-related legislation at the federal level. A lot of that is in the Medicaid program through enhanced match, and most of it was intended to account for what could have been increased utilization, and also because the federal regs right now do not allow us to disenroll Medicaid members during the public health emergency. So what we have really seen, there has been a risk, and we have seen some increased utilization across some groups that have higher costs. But en masse, the reason we see a lot of general fund offset here in these reversions is that utilization has not been as high as it could have been. So now that we are 6 or 7 months from the end of the biennium, we are relatively confident, as you can see on this table. We are statistically 90% confident that we will come in around that $76 million reversion mark.
So this is kind of fun, Stefan, because we could be 85%, we'll get 75 million, and 20%, we might get 105 million. So
Mr.
it's
Chairman,
like a roulette wheel.
you can choose your own adventure, and the more you go down that chart, the more we do Las Vegas style budgeting. But I think, if you go to the 100% mark, I think it's pretty safe to say we're going to come in over 50. And what you'll see if you flip to the next page, on page 6, is where we've accounted for that potential reversion projection. And again, we've worked with our fiscal staff, our Medicaid staff, the budget office to kind of allocate this, what will hopefully make sense to the committee based on 2 areas. The first, in table 2, you'll see the governor's recommendation for all of the exception requests that he recommends we fund with reversions. To Representative Stiff's point, you can see that totals approximately 26.4 million. And we'll get into all of those exception requests where you will see the $0 general fund recommendation from the governor. So you can see that broken out on table 2. And on table 3, Mr. Chairman, I want to point out that throughout our budget book, you may have seen this already. There is language that is consistent in multiple units from the governor, in addition to his standard recommendations. There's language in there that basically says, I further recommend that the department be allowed to carry forward all of its reversions, potential reversions, for uses in a couple of areas. One of those is for the continued staffing of our state hospital and life resource center, something that you all authorized 2 years ago in the 21-22 budget, that we essentially came in here and asked for $18 million to staff those new facilities that are either complete or, in the case of the Life Resource Center, nearing completion. You said $18 million is a no-go. Go back to your books, find where you can cannibalize some positions, cannibalize some funding, and make this work at a lower general fund ask for those 2 facilities. We did that. We anticipate savings from Title 25 and other areas when those facilities open. And again, that was carry forward from 1920 that you allowed us to use for 21-22. This would be carrying that forward again, given that we're nearing completion. It's not done yet at the Life Resource Center, and we are staffing up for the new capacity of the state hospital. The other areas would be for unanticipated Medicaid expenditures, and there's a few listed here on table 3. I won't go into all of the details, but we do know that there could be a little bit of cost increase when the public health emergency ends. As I mentioned before, in Medicaid right now, based on the public health emergency and federal regs, we are not allowed to disenroll Medicaid members. Those of you who have worked with us on various Medicaid issues know that Medicaid has high churn generally. A lot of people churn on and off. We have not been able, per the federal rules right now, to disenroll because of the public health emergency, but that's coming. We don't know exactly what that will look like from the federal perspective.
Stefan, does that mean even people that move out of state?
Mr. Chairman, I defer to Terry on that. I don't believe so. That would just be for folks that are still here.
Can they, if they move out of state, can they be disenrolled? Yes. Okay. Thank you.
So go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So historically, what's the churn rate?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz, if memory serves, and I've got a lot of smart people behind me that can jump in, I believe our churn rate is over around 20-25% on an annual basis. And I'm Representative Schwartz hearing it does vary by group, but we can certainly break that down if needed. Mr. Chairman, what I would.
Mr. Chairman, so Director Johansson, just an example of that perhaps would be our postpartum ladies that or on Medicaid, I think that there is a time limit on services for that after they've given birth of, I want to say maybe 30, 60, 90 days, 90 days. And then they would come off of Medicaid. That's not able to happen. And so they'll continue to receive services until the pandemic is.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, yes, one correction, our postpartum coverage traditionally in Medicaid right now is 60 days
60 days.
for the pregnant women category. And yes, you're right. That's one example of a category of Medicaid beneficiaries or members that we have not disenrolled. We're not allowed to disenroll that for the past 15 months or so. That's been continuing with eligibility. Just real quick to close this topic out, the reason that we anticipate that you might say, well, if you are ultimately going to disenroll people, why is there cost exposure there? There's potential cost exposure because as I mentioned in my introductory comments, we also have enhanced federal match because of the pandemic related legislation that we also anticipate as the public health emergency wraps up or is taken away from by the federal government, that enhanced match will ratchet down. In addition, we know that there's discussions going on at the congressional level and federal level of what our ratcheting down can look like. So we might be in a position where we lose federal match, that enhanced match, but also the feds don't allow us to quickly disenroll people, if that makes sense. So we might have a several months or a fiscal year worth of that cost exposure that we hope we don't see. But it's part of this, again, unanticipated potential cost exposure that the governor has recommended throughout multiple units in that standard language that you'll see to carry forward these remaining projected reversions so that we potentially don't have to come to you next year with an emergency exception request. And Mr. Chairman, that concludes the overview. We did also provide a summary spreadsheet. We won't go into that in detail today, but I did want to mention for the committee that sometimes a reference document as you go through your discussions, your notes, and going into the session is a little bit more helpful to see everything in one place. This spreadsheet has all of our exception requests by priority, how they're listed in the budget book, but you'll be able to see it broken out from the department's general fund, other fund, federal funds, as well as the governor's recommended general fund, federal funds, and other funds. So that's just a summary document for you that you can reference either as we go through today or in the weeks and months leading up to the session.
So when you say by priority, top to bottom.
Mr. Chairman, yes, it starts with priority 1, which is the Veterans Home staffing request. So I will stop there, see if there's any general questions, but Mr. McVicker and I are ready to go straight into the budget and really talk about two things. One, we have many units that are totally flat that have no exception requests, and we'll point those out to you where there's really no change in our standard budget. And then throughout those units, you'll see within these categories that we talked about, you'll see these individual exception requests that we can discuss in more detail as we go through. But Mr. Chairman, I'll stop there.
Perfect. Let's rock and roll.
Rock and roll we shall, Mr. Chairman. So I'll hand it over to Eric to start us off. He'll reference what pages we will start on. Obviously, in our budget book, there's a couple dozen pages of background material, state of the agency, priority listing for all of our programs. But I think, Mr. Chairman, it might be more prudent if we just dive right into the units, but we're happy to take your direction there.
69.
Members of the committee, Eric McVicker, I'm the Chief Financial Officer for the Department of Health. As Director Johansson said, we have lots of units that are just the standard budget with no exception requests. I plan to go through those quickly, but that doesn't mean you can't interrupt me if you have a question on a unit that doesn't.
Trust me, we will.
Fair enough, fair enough. So if we start on page 70 in your budget book, that is our first unit. I'll give you a minute to get there. That is the director's office. And we do have a couple of exception requests in the director's office. The first one you'll see on the top of page 71 is the Enterprise Technology Services TRP program, the technology replacement. You've probably heard about that from other agencies. It's the replacement of computers for our department. You'll see we have general fund there of 250,000 roughly approved through ETS. So I'll take any questions if you have on that, or I'll move to the next.
Go ahead.
Next one is on the same page, the HR consolidation. What you'll see on the HR consolidation is we don't have them all in one place. This is the majority of the positions here in Cheyenne are overall, but you also see them at the facilities because we have HR staff at the facilities. So this is the first. We have
We'd really like someone to complain about it because no one's complained about it.
That's right. That's right.
So
So you'll,
no comment from the department.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chairman, if we could just go back to page 70, at the bottom of page 70, is that that detail after the governor approves the budget, then that's that language that we'll see throughout the units. Is that correct, Eric?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, that is correct. You'll see that on many of the units.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman,
1 second, go ahead.
I was just going to ask, Don, I think we obviously will, if we're going to do that, we need a footnote in this as well in that regard.
Mr. Chairman, at minimum, you would need a section 303, which allows
303.
them to
That's
carry
right.
over the funds. And then the question becomes what parameters, if any, the legislature desires to impose upon that. For example, limiting it to the units specified in the letter or being very generic.
Okay, thank you.
and Mr. Chairman, if I may, Co-Chairman Perkins, what you'll see throughout our budget units, you'll see that language in any unit that we project any general fund reversions out of. But you'll see the limiting language as Mr. Richards was mentioning. There's about 4 categories in the governor's recommendation here for the use of those general carry forward dollars, in addition to the exception request that he recommended funding.
Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the HR consolidation, I'll ask the question now, knowing that it carries forward into all your independent locations in the state hospital, et cetera. Are the folks that are out in the field still, that were out in the field prior to the consolidation, are they still located out in the field? And then the folks that you had here in Cheyenne, are they still physically located in your Cheyenne office? And then how would you consider that HR transition to have, how is it going? Has it been a rocky road? Has it gone well? Are you still receiving the services you need in terms of the HR issues that you have as they come up?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, on balance, I would say the HR consolidation and transition has gone well. It doesn't mean it's not without hiccups and problems that we've worked on with A&I. As you mentioned, we have a large enterprise with folks not only located here in Cheyenne, but at our facilities. I would mention to the committee, facility HR is very different than, for lack of a better term, administrative HR here in programmatic or administrative offices. It's just more staffing intensive, labor intensive because of the clientele we're dealing with. For the most part, with very few exceptions, the HR staff that we had as Department of Health employees previously are mostly still assigned to the Department of Health, whether that's at our facilities or here in the Cheyenne offices. There's been a few that have been moved to other functions or oversee a broader array, but for the most part, they're still Department of Health assigned.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
following up on that, but going back and specifically, when you get to the HR in the various facilities, you've got several unique and facilities that have significant numbers of employees at them. So specifically on HR at those facilities, how is the transition going with respect to those?
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Perkins, again, I would say on balance, well, it has been I think a learning process to make sure that certain functions of those HR employees that are not, traditional state government HR functions, things like investigations related to incident reports where a staff member or a patient issue may have caused something we need to follow up on for disciplinary purposes or regulatory purposes. Those functions are still happening. The one concern I have, if I may, Co-Chairman Perkins, is we want to make sure going forward, and we're working and partnering with A&I on this, that as they look for what should be a general ratio of HR employees to state employees. And I think you've probably heard about, different types of ratios that, 1 to 250, 1 to 500, 1 to 1,000. We want to make sure that it's, that we all recognize that those facilities are different and those ratios might be different. So at the state hospital and the Life Resource Center, for example, our HR functions often demand, like I mentioned, a bit more time, a bit more labor and sort of non-traditional HR duties. But A&I has been very receptive and partnered with us to make sure that we're getting what we need while also, shooting for that efficiency that I think the HR consolidation statewide was aiming for.
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
and so do you still have HR professionals in the state hospital, WLRC and Upper Basin?
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Perkins, yes, we do.
And then how do you cover the Pioneer Home?
Mr. Chairman, if memory serves, Ms. Oswald can weigh in here. We have one, for lack of a better term, HR manager that is located in Basin at the retirement center, but also oversees a lot of functions on payroll and things like that for the 3 aging facilities. The retirement center in Basin, Pioneer Home in Thermopolis, and Veterans Home for Buffalo.
You got the affirmative nod. So far, so good.
So far, so good.
And then just to, on that same vein, so as a part of the consolidation, what we've heard is that used to be that there were some additional duties in addition to professional HR or typical HR duties that were being performed by individuals, probably particularly at those facilities. And so was that happening? And if so, have those other functions just been absorbed by the personnel at those facilities?
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Perkins, I think it's a mixed bag. You're absolutely right. I'll give an example from the facility in Basin where our HR manager there has served for many, many years with the department at that facility and our other aging facilities. And in times of short staffing during the pandemic, she in particular, as well as others that were not in direct care roles, they helped out. They delivered meals. Those kinds of things in a direct care facility happen quite often. I would say that at our state hospital and Life Resource Center, it's probably less so given the scale and the size of those facilities and the number of staff that we have. But you're absolutely right that there have been non-traditional duties historically that HR employees have performed. For the most part, those have continued and they've been able to continue those duties. In some cases, we have had to transition that support to other roles. But I don't have really good specifics for you, Co-Chairman Perkins, because like I mentioned, on balance, I think the transition is going well. There's just a few areas of concern that we want to make sure going forward we don't, for the sake of efficiency, remove those HR duties or functions by reducing the staff there.
Thank you.
Senator Larson.
So Director Johansson, I guess as you was answering that question, the thought come to my mind that, for example, the Life Resource Center, if there's an incident that could jeopardize conditions of participation through Medicaid, there's almost a reporting requirement that involves HR on the incident that maybe has been reflective, or the state hospital, if there's an incident that there's almost, again, a reporting or a protective requirement involves HR. As we report to advocacy groups who are constantly monitoring the well-being of institutionalized people or that are there under our care. And so I'm assuming that that's some of the concern or the peak in your comments on making sure that we still have the ability to do those in a timely fashion with the expertise and understanding of the nuances associated with that.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, yes, absolutely. And I will reiterate that this is not something that's unknown to A&I, and they've been working with us proactively to make sure that we don't lose those functions. To be quite blunt, we can't. You're right that we have compliance requirements at most of our facilities. I think what comes to mind is the state hospital, the Life Resource Center, and the retirement center given their interaction with legal advocacy groups or the feds through CMS, and those HR functions through investigations, disciplinary actions, write-ups, et cetera, are most important there.
Mr. Chairman, commencing on page 76. This is the vital.
Go Chair.
Fast. Back on page, just a quick question on page 74. Looking at the different sources of funding for this, and you've got a number. How do you is that just prorated on at the director? Just prorated on the amount of those funds that are received by the department as a whole, or how do you make the proration determine how much of the various funds apply to the office to pay for the cost of your office?
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Perkins, what you see largely here is a direct appropriation to the director's office. But what I'm hearing you ask, and I think I understand, is we do blend funding sources into our support functions, like various salaries that can be matched with federal funds, or other grant funds that can support, have indirect cost allocation that can support those. You'll see that either through various budget units, or as Mr. McVicker can mention, our B11 processes, et cetera. But please weigh in if I missed something.
Yeah, that's an accurate answer for what we do at the director's office.
So what he said.
Yeah.
So if I can just recap what I think I heard was, so when you get various grants or various programs, they allow a VIG for administration. And so you pull that off, just whatever that number is. And so it's kind of more that it's not particularly necessarily a formula. It's basically what's allowed in kind of program or grant by grant, program by program basis.
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Perkins, yes, it's a real mixed bag with administrative functions in our divisions and in the director's office.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Perkins, part of each of our salaries is put to Medicaid, because we do that. And so you have the federal funds there that we can charge out. But you're right, it's just allowable costs that we can do. So now flipping to page 76, that's our vital statistics unit, and that's just a standard budget with no exception requests. And if there are no questions on that budget on 79, the CE sheet, that concludes the director's office budget section, and we'll move into healthcare financing.
Mr. Chairman, I do have one question back on vital statistics. Do you know what your turnaround times are on birth and death, particularly death certificates?
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Perkins, I should know that. I deal with this a lot. Let us prepare that. I don't want to get over my skis. We are relatively fast, but we can break that down for you. And there's an annual report that office provides that has that data. We'll make sure you have it.
Thank you.
Members of the committee, page 83 starts the healthcare financing division. This is the administration unit. We have 14 different exception requests in here that are combined for AWAC positions, programs, software, all of that. So we'll go through each individually, but there are several in this unit. So starting on page 85 is the first exception request.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, this exception request on page 85, you'll see priority number 5 and 10 with 6 sub priorities with priority 10. This is a little bit of a noisy way to look at this, but I think all models are bad. Some are better than others. We tried our best to make this understandable. You'll see on page 85 and 86, all of these requests broken down. Like I mentioned in my opening comments, these are all related to our technical systems, with one exception that I'll get to here in a second. But these are either CMS required standards for interoperability or enhancements that we believe are prudent to make at this time to increase our efficiency. For example, in our eligibility system, that, as you all know, when we implemented that, we saw with a rules-based system, we're much better informed on who is and who is not eligible for Medicaid, and we can make those decisions in a more timely manner through these systems. And also, as I mentioned, in all of these priority requests, we typically have 90% or 75% federal match, so the investment does have a pretty good return. If you'll flip to page 86, Mr. Chairman, the last priority there, it says Northern Arapaho Tribal Services. I wanted to point this out that our Medicaid office does have a relationship with the tribe to process eligibility type functions. And we would like to continue that. I think it's a beneficial relationship and one that we're able to finance with mostly federal funds.
So Director, again, if you would just confirm, the nice thing about involving that is those Medicaid referrals back to the tribes then are reimbursed at 100%. So our involvement in participation with them ends up saving us money on our state match because they're able to recoup 100%, if I recall that accurately. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, you do. That is accurate.
Go ahead. Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It notes Northern Arapaho Tribal Services. Does that go through the Business Council and then end up helping Eastern Shoshone and Northern Arapaho, or is it just the one tribe on the?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, this is a relationship specific to Northern Arapaho Tribe and eligibility.
Mr. Chairman, so if I may, the Northern Arapaho tribe, both tribes have a relationship with the Bureau of Indian Affairs and Indian Health Service to receive healthcare services for their tribal members. And the Northern Arapaho tribes several years ago through done what we refer to as a 638, a self-determination contract that allowed them to then perform these services. So this is like the Northern Arapaho tribe's own healthcare entity. It's their own private entity. They can provide services to anyone, but it's owned by the tribe. Would you agree?
Mr. Chairman, couldn't have said it better myself. The next exception request, I'll jump ahead of Eric here, also on page 86 and 87. This is an exception request for Medicaid Management Information System technology enhancements and security. So very similar categorization to what we just discussed. These are related to security testing, a budget increase for a new RFP as part of what we call the WINGS system, which is the large new system that I mentioned in my introductory comments that you all approved back in, I believe, 2014 for us to get started on that work. It's been largely a great success. Our largest module just went live this past month. We had a big celebration for that, and we're really excited about what this new system can mean for not only Medicaid, but the Department of Health and potentially interoperability and use in other programs and potentially other agencies as well. So across these, you will see 4 requests in here for these system issues, and you'll see it's a little bit blended, but largely 90% or 75% match from the feds.
Go ahead.
On the system overall, on your WINGS project funding and this eligibility, the MMIS going forward, that's been where is that at now overall and on its implementation and just kind of brings up to date on the overall process so far?
Mr. Chairman and Co-Chairman Perkins, it is largely complete. Like I mentioned, we launched and the last large module called the Benefit Management System, which if you think about it is really the largest function of a system like this, just went live. There's a few additional modules that will be implemented and go live over the course of the next year or so. But the project is largely complete after 5 or 6 years, and we don't have to do another round of applause for Terry and her staff, but it's been a long time coming, and her and Jesse Springer and their teams have done an excellent job to get us where we are after we saw so many states MMIS replacement projects fail or required additional costs. So we're almost to the finish line, but one of the biggest finish lines was crossed just this last month.
Does it work?
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Perkins, my understanding is that it works. You don't get a blank screen. I will mention we did have, when the benefit management system was launching over the past several months, There was a blackout period for claims processing, as you would typically have in an implementation of this scale. So I'm sure some of you, as did we, heard complaints from providers. Again, Terry and Jesse and their teams have done a great job managing those complaints, resolving those issues. We certainly had some of them, but I think largely it's been a great success and the system is functional.
Senator, please.
And remind me, going back to 2014, didn't you anticipate some cost reductions because you'd be more timely in the eligibility determinations, or were you not able to quantify that?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, a great question. Two things, different things going on here. The WINGS project, it's easy to think about it as somewhat separate from the Wyoming eligibility system, or WES, which was also implemented around the same time period when paper manual processing was brought out of sort of field offices and DFS and put into this rules-based technical system. The efficiency that we've reported to this committee and others on over the years that system was implemented were a number, I think several thousand individuals disenrolled from the Medicaid program as a result of that system functioning well. So we did see some, what I would call cost offsets. It's hard to say that we had savings on balance because of other exogenous variables, coverage increases that the legislature authorized, but we did demonstrate an effect of that eligibility system coming online, where our eligibility processing and knowing who was eligible and ineligible on a more frequent basis was certainly there.
Thank you.
Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Director, this will interface with other agencies, I assume. I'm thinking DFS, DOC, that might have an impact.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz, I think that's a hard maybe on that. We are working and we have done several consolidations of systems across the Department of Health, in public health, the state hospital, that leverage Medicaid technology, either on the WINGS side, claims processing, or on the eligibility side. The function and form is there for use by other agencies, and we've had some of those conversations. It's difficult to prioritize it as a state project because what leveraging or relying on another agency for the technology is one thing, the customer service is another thing. And typically what we see even internally to our own department is some reticence or some angst that, well, the system is, the functional needs are the same. The system can provide that, but where will we be in line? Because you're going to take care of Department of Health first, or you're going to take care of Medicaid first. Those are ongoing conversations. But I think with what Terry and Jesse have done with this, we're looking over the course of the next couple of years as WINGS is fully operational to prove that concept. We've done that in several programs, like I mentioned, in the Department of Health, where we previously or historically relied on other contracts, small contracts and claims processing or payments or case management that I think have either been or can be transitioned over to WINGS.
So, Mr. Chairman, and just following up on that concept, I mean, ultimately, I guess as you had those conversations, particularly with DFS, and again, we're making substantial investments. DFS made substantial investments, are making substantial investments, Department of Health. As we look at the judicial branch, and as we bring that together, I mean, there's just instances, particularly as we're trying to take care of kids, that we just have to find a way to get that data. And so, I mean, ultimately, your process is long, but we've talked about this before, but I think that the big question is are we going to be able? Is the data going to be in a format that when we finally get together and figure out how to do this with meet the confidentiality and privacy requirements and all that everybody's got in these different areas? Is the data going to be in a format that we think it's going to be able to be manipulated and used as appropriate by your agency as well as other agencies?
Mr. Chairman and Co-Chairman Perkins, I will say yes, and I'll answer generally. You don't want me answering this question in detail, and I'll ask Terry or Jesse to weigh in if you need. In terms of some of the functions that have been implemented with Wings, one is what we call the data warehouse. And that has already, even for my office, paid great dividends in the ease and applicability of doing data analysis, pulling claims data. It's absolutely fantastic. I think to the extent that other programs or other agencies participate in the Wings project going forward in the years to come, whether it's just on the data warehouse side or on actual functions and operations like claims processing or case management, the data is most certainly able to be mapped and stored in a way that's usable across multiple different functions.
Go ahead.
Stefan, I'd just ask as a follow-on to what Senator Perkins said. As you go to conferences, as you talk to other states, if you see an example of, a dashboard that pulls together the courts, the family services, the Department of Health, I'd be interested in seeing what the outcomes are. I don't want to know all the technical details, but I'd like to see what the end product looks like in states where they've managed to pull all that together, if there is such a state.
Mr. Chairman, Senator will do.
Okay, members of the committee, page 88, middle of page 88. You'll see we have several AWAC positions, at-will positions that we are required, if they're going to continue into next biennium, to bring before you for approval. This is the first one you'll see in the book. This one is a Medicaid donation pharmacy technician in Medicaid. I would like to point out, however, this position is 100% federally funded. It's listed in the book here and also in the budget as generally funded. That's a mistake on our part. So it is 100% federally funded, and all the AWACS that we'll be talking about as I go through are all federally funded. There will be no general fund impact.
Can you fix the books before we get to budget?
Director Hibbert. So on page 89, top, well, let's Director Johansson take that.
Thanks, Eric. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, this is priority 15C on page 89, what we call the Wyoming Frontier Information System, or Wi-Fi. This is the statewide health information exchange that we were directed years ago to take over what used to be run as kind of a private public partnership through a nonprofit previously. The Department of Health, through our healthcare financing division, has stood it up and has greatly increased, especially in the past year or two, provider enrollment and participation in the health information exchange, which allows better transfer, Co-Chairman Perkins, to your point, of health data, case management data between providers to improve care. This request here, really, we are asking to spend revenue from provider contributions, fees, et cetera, to continue the operations of the program. So 100% other funds.
Members of the committee, that completes HCF admin, and we'll move to the next unit if there are no questions on the CE sheet. On page 95, it's unit 420. It's the Children's Health Insurance SHIP program. There are no exception requests in this unit.
So on the CHIP program, what it looks like you have about 3,500 children who are recipients of it. 24.5 million a biennium. What does that come out to? What we're paying combined per policy per person?
Mr. Chairman, I didn't hear the last part of that question.
I'm just curious what the cost per individual is to cover for this insurance policy.
Mr. Chairman, I'll ask my folks if they can now to weigh in on what that per member per month or per member per year is. If not, we'll get back to you.
What time you got up here, Franz? Good looking mask.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Franz Fuchs, Policy Analyst, the Director's Office. Appreciate the opportunity to take my mask off. Regarding your question, sir, as you know, the CHIP program transitioned from a private insurance product to basically being part of the Medicaid fee-for-service world last year. Our per member per month costs, so now it's a PMPM, not a premium, but basically the same thing, is around $270, $260 per kid. per month.
So when that transition from private to the feds, did the benefits change much? Were they the same?
Mr. Chairman, no, the benefits are the same. We're actually even slightly more expanded. There's a couple Medicaid covered services that are now covered for CHIP kids that were not before.
So essentially with the match, that means that what we pay as a state per month is how much?
Mr. Chairman, the match is 65%. It may have changed in the public health emergency and I'd have to.
Yeah, it looks like for 1 month, or for 1 year, it went down about 6 or 7 million. So we'll be back up to 19 million total with our match. But go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. I was just informed the match is now 69% temporarily during the public health emergency. So we are getting a little bit more.
So we take 69% of 24 million essentially. Okay. Representative Schwartz.
So I'm curious with the CHIP program, and then we've got the children's services, I forget the name. Is there a lot of movement back and forth between the two based on income?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz. Yeah, churn gets really complicated because we do have people shifting between eligibility groups. And so as kids who are on CHIP, which is around, I think the upper limit is 200%. Once they become Medicaid eligible, it's a relatively seamless transition to become a Medicaid eligible kid and churn on to Medicaid. And vice versa. As income increases, kids can go on to CHIP.
And can I assume the wings will help with that, managing that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz. So two things, I think West certainly helped with that, the Wyoming eligibility system, which is a little different from wings. But a lot of it was this was possible before when it was a private vendor. There was eligibility switches to Medicaid, but now it's a lot more seamless because they're all in essentially the same system. They're just a different program code as CHIP kids versus Medicaid kids. So it's a little more seamless.
Mr. Chairman.
Please.
So I don't know who to ask this question to, but let's go back to transitioning from the private provider to bringing the program in-house. That came about as part of a long discussion between this committee and your department about the growth of the CHIP program and wanting to get those costs under control. And so the first part of the question is, did you make your goal? You had a target that you thought you were going to save by bringing it in-house. That's number one. Number two, in that discussion over the last couple of years about CHIPs, I don't recall additional benefit being part of that. But what I heard you say is now we've added new benefits into the CHIP program. And I don't recall that being part of the discussion. What precipitated improving the benefit at a time when we're trying to get the costs under control?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, to your first question, the cost reduction was realized, and that was part of our budget reductions last session that we made. We captured those savings and cut the budget because of that reduced cost moving from the private vendor to in-house state management. To your second question, in terms of the benefit package, there's not a great expansion of benefit. It's really a function of what was covered previously in a managed care framework through a private vendor slightly differs from what's covered under the Medicaid program. And we tried to align the benefits as best we could between CHIP kids and Medicaid kids so that we don't have that disparity just as a function of being at a 1% differential of the federal poverty level. But we have not seen in fact, from the transition, we've seen a reduction in per member per month costs from the previous structure of the program. So there hasn't been a great expansion of benefits that has led to higher costs.
So roughly what was that savings?
Mr. Chairman, I'd have to reference the previous budget cuts. I'm not sure if my folks know off the top of their head, but I believe it was a couple of $1 million. We'll get back to you on that.
Okay, please proceed. We're going to go 10 more minutes. Then we'll take a break.
I'm on page 98. That's unit 431. It's Medicaid Part D clawback, and there are no exception requests in this unit. Moving on to page 101, unit 432, dual eligible excluded drugs. Again, no exception requests in this unit.
What?
Page 104, unit 433, Medicare crossovers, no exception requests here.
Any questions? Please proceed.
Page 107, unit 450, Medicare buy-in premiums. We do have any, or we don't, sorry, we do not have an exception request in this unit.
All right, go on.
Page 110, unit 451, Wyoming health insurance premiums, no exception requests.
Any questions? Go on.
Page 112, unit 460, adult services, and we do have 3 exception requests in this unit.
Mr. Chairman, if you'll flip to page 113, you'll see priority 3 exception request is what's called ground ambulance supplemental payments. This is a federal, basically a federal match program where we leverage additional federal funds. And so there's no general fund request here. This is the ability to, like I said, increase our federal match for ground ambulance services through what we typically call an upper payment limit or UPL program. That's what this is. You might recall the legislation that established our direction to do this. This is similar to other UPL programs or school-based services where we're essentially leveraging federal funds through Medicaid to offset state expenditures. This is about increasing revenue and reimbursement to ambulance services.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Director Hansen. So this is similar to what we've done with hospitals to allow them to provide funds and then recapture more Medicaid dollars. And then we've done it with nursing homes as well that were attached to hospitals or something in there. So that's just kind of precipitated as we found it, the possibility of it being available. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, yes, we've explored this for other types of provider groups as well.
And so maybe just, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Maybe just a comment I would take from the desire to do that, that the others have proven to work well, because that goes back to the days of Chairman Harvey, Mr. Chairman, and there was some question on how well this would work. And so I would take from this that providers and your department feel that this has been a worthy exercise.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, go on.
Moving on, Mr. Chairman, page 114 is the next exception request in this unit. And this is again, going back to the categories we discussed, a budget cut restoration. This is essentially, if you recall from last session, in step 2, we proposed and implemented a 2.5% across the board provider rate reduction in Medicaid reimbursements. We had a step 3 proposal to do an additional 2.5% reduction, which the legislature put on hold with that 1 fiscal year of funding, telling us to come back to request that. That is what you see here. With the $8.1 million of general fund and $8.1 million of federal funds. As a reminder to the committee, this is really the first time in our budget exception request that you'll see the direction from the governor, the recommendation to approve the $8.1 million of federal funds, but deny the $8.1 million of general funds because we're being directed to use that general fund reversion carry forward authority.
Okay, any questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Please.
So we're off the hook for one biennium with your carry forward, assuming that it manifests, but this is a commitment of $8 million in general fund thereafter, correct?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, that is correct. If it were approved as written right now, we would be likely coming back in the 25-26 budget to ask for those funds or implement that 2.5% rate cut.
So what's the total number that you'll come back for in 25, 26? Do we have that?
Mr. Chairman, that's a great question. I think the easy way to think about it, going back to the summary document, we're being directed to fund approximately $26 million of our exception request with general fund carry forward. And that would be the first amount, I would say, that in the 25-26 biennium would likely be a discussion. And there's a few other areas that we'll get into where we're not being directed or recommended by the governor to use carry forward, but where you'll see denials. And I think some of those programs will have discussion about that would also require that same kind of conversation.
So in theoretically, as we talked about initially, there won't be any maintenance of efforts obligations. The question is, can we afford it? And do we want to provide those services?
Mr. Chairman, that's right.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I'd understood there was not an MOE attached to this. I understood that we could take the step 3, 2.5% reduction and not have to worry about an MOE.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, you are correct. This particular area of Medicaid does not have that ARPA-related maintenance of effort. That maintenance of effort, which you'll see peppered throughout a lot of these units, is for home and community-based services currently. So think DD waiver program, long-term care waiver program, children's mental health waiver, and a few other services that are typically delivered in home and community-based settings. This would not be one of them. So Senator, you're right. We were prepared to make this reduction July 1st of this year. But again, through the budget or through the general session, we were directed not to, and instead bring this back. Obviously, with the Department of Health, you will hear that we would request this funding to not have to make those cuts so that we can continue to support our providers. But you're right that it is a long-term obligation versus short-term asset conversation.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Chairman, this was an amendment of this committee and the legislature saying that step 3 reduction was too much to the providers that we went to. And so we put it back in, directed them to ask again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
My recollection is that there was some uncertainty. We were prepared to make the step 3 reduction, but there was some uncertainty surrounding the ARPA MOE. So we deemed it prudent to fund it for 1 year until the smoke cleared so we can see whether we could implement the step 3 was my recollection of it.
And Mr. Chairman, if I can clarify, I think both perspectives are accurate. There were some areas that were related to those MOE provisions that in discussion with this committee and the legislature, we were directed not to make those cuts at the potential risk of losing federal funds in this 2-year period. There are other areas, Senator Kinski, where the discussion from this committee and the legislature was there were just certain step 3 reductions that were too much, and we were directed not to do them until we had this conversation now.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
Director Johansson, do you mind giving what I think it might be an example of this 2.5% reduction? And it sounds like if it's not restored since, say, 2016, it actually is an 8.8% reduction, according to the narrative here, with the cumulative cuts that have happened since. Does that mean, say, for a family physician that's doing a well child check for a Medicaid eligible patient, that if their doctor visit charges $110, about how much money are they actually getting from Medicaid, and can they keep their doors open if these can they keep their doors open, I guess is the question.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stith, a couple of examples of providers that would have seen the first 2.5% rate reduction and potentially this one, if this funding is not restored, would be hospitals, nursing homes, clinics, like you mentioned, that are enrolled and treat Medicaid members. But it does vary depending on the business of what their quote unquote Medicaid coverage would look like depending on their costs. That's really a mixed bag. But the one thing we don't have included in this unit in the 2.5% rate reduction that is in another unit are waiver providers. We'll talk about that a little bit later in that unit. But for the most part, this 2.5% rate reduction would apply to what we call all allowable provider types. There's a few that we cannot implement this on or we choose not to, like federally qualified health centers. The Life Resource Center, for example, would not make sense because that money would just become a state general fund obligation. But for the most part, when you think of hospitals, nursing homes, clinics, those would all be subject to these rate cuts, but only for their, obviously not for other payers, just for their Medicaid reimbursements.
Okay, please proceed.
Okay, members of the committee, page 114 at the bottom. I just want to give a quick overview. We'll have several of these. We worked in concert with the budget office. Basically, there's a lot of these that are non-general fund that are going to allow us to get rid of B11s that we do through the biennium. I think some of the benefits here are the budget then is more transparent for you all. And it also cuts down on the work that the agencies and the budget office has to do. So this one in particular is what Representative Larson was talking about with the hospitals. It's the qualified rate adjustment that we do for hospitals. We're requesting the federal fund and the other fund added to the budget because we do this as a B11 every biennium. As the hospitals send the money in and we send it back out, we do that B11 to increase that. So it's just you'll see several of these to get rid of that work and have that actually in the budget so you all see it.
Okay. Please proceed.
On page 117, Unit 461, Children's Services. And there is one exception request on the bottom of page 118.
Mr. Chairman, we discussed this briefly already. This is the implementation of school-based services as required by Enrolled Act 20 from 2021. Again, you'll see that there's no general funds here. This is our very similar to what we've been talking about in some of these programs, our ability to increase federal match, in this case for school-based services that are delivered in a school setting that are Medicaid reimbursable. So no general fund here. I will have Mr. McVicker explain on page 119, there's a revenue code that's or source that's cited there, 5005. We do plan to change that. We've worked in conjunction with the Department of Ed and Budget Office and LSO, but I'll have Eric describe that.
Yeah, members of the committee, we would like to change revenue code 5005 to revenue code 5839 and fund 009. What that does is allows us to hit directly when we bill for these services from the school districts. We can hit directly education's dollars. That way they don't have to do an internal transfer from education to us. And we've worked with education on this. It looks like it's the most streamlined way to get this done. What we'll do is provide quarterly reports to the Department of Education, and they can track what has come in and what's been spent out of that fund. And like Director Johansson said, I've had preliminary conversations with Director Hibbard and Don Richards, and also Trent Carroll from the Department of Education. So that's the change we'd like to request.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead. Representative
question.
Smith.
Director, about how many school districts are choosing to participate in this program?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stith, I'm being told now that it's 4. I think the plan is to grow that, but the rollout, as you might remember from the legislative direction, was slow. It wasn't a hard requirement.
So how has the rollout been so far?
Mr. Chairman, my understanding is smooth but limited, but I'll certainly let Terry or Jesse comment there.
Sorry, Jesse Springer with the Department of Health. To that question, we're still actually in the planning and rollout period. So the actual number of school districts that will bill on July 1st, 2022 is unknown, really. So we are working with 4 school districts. Others, as there's more information presented, are expressing interest. So there's kind of like a pilot group and moving from that to kind of a full rollout. So we're working as a division as Medicaid on the rules right now. So there's rules promulgation. There'll be a state plan amendment that's submitted to CMS. And then coming from that, there'll be technology projects, just working with each school district to set up their technology so that they can bill more seamlessly. So even though there's a large number of school districts, there's only 4 or 5 major vendors that actually serve most of those school districts. So if we work with those school districts, we think if we work with their vendors, we think that they'll actually be able to bill Medicaid pretty seamlessly by just adding a piece onto those software. So there's a number of pieces of the project that are going and all leading into, even enrolling the school districts as Medicaid providers, and then getting all the school psychologists and those things enrolled. So just a lot of pieces to get it done. But the actual, by legislation, the first day we would pay a claim would be July 1st, 2022. So there's no money flowing out at this point. So that is what the exception request is covering. So a lot of it is just preparation and administrative work to get this district's ready, to get Medicaid ready, and to get the Department of Education ready to do that.
Okay, thank you. Representative Larson.
Chairman, not you or Don or who, but so as printed, this exception request was necessary to get approval to use those federal funds in school foundation funds. We just heard from the department that they want to change the revenue, the funding source from 5005 to 5839. Do we have to, is that something we just penciled in there or does that take action on our part?
Mr. Chairman, just for completeness, during your markup, this and the prior comment on the federally funded AWEC, because that is a change in the table, staff will just bring it to your attention.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A two-part question. One, which districts are interested and what efforts are being made to communicate with the non-interested districts to see if they'll join?
Mr. Chairman, I'll ask Jesse to answer that briefly. We might have to follow up with some additional detail, but Jesse, to the extent you have general information.
Chairman Nicholas, Representative Schwartz, I'm blanking on the districts right now. It actually would take me a minute to get to it. I think we have talked to Natrona County, we've talked to Laramie County School District 1. They have, no districts made it firm commitments at this point. We're interested in really working with largest districts and also districts where we know they have a large special education expense. So if we, even if a district had a small number of students, but they have a very high dollar special education. So, you could have a student that could be a couple $100,000 very easily. So if that student, if that district enrolled, they could bill for that student, even if they didn't have, even if they weren't the largest school district, it might make sense for certain districts to enroll. So I think we've spoken to Campbell County. We've spoken to a number of districts. Some have actually been just much stronger about sharing that they're interested as pilots. And so some of the districts have said, I used to be a Medicaid biller, or I used to work at a office and there is someone in their administrative office that's interested, so that we can definitely provide a list after the meeting.
Okay,
Mr.
we're going
Chairman.
to take a.
Yeah, Terry could start a consulting business going out to the school districts to get all set up. There was remember the discussion at the time about we can supplant but not supplement, and there was a concern that we really wouldn't save much from this program. But then there was talk, well, we're going to go and try to get our Medicaid plan amended with the feds in recognition of the fact that we'd never billed Medicaid in schools before, so that we could sort of get an exception. Or where are we on that plan amendment?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, I'll see if Ms. Green or Jesse could answer that question.
Chairman Nicholas, Senator Kinski, the state plan amendment is in development right now. So there's monthly meetings that are going on between Department of Health personnel, Department of Education personnel, and some other interested parties, just working on what should be covered. So we have, and it was created by the legislation, a dedicated position that's working on that. And one of the major things that Department of Health employee is working on right now is the state plan amendment. So what that would do is add providers that have not traditionally been covered, like a school psychologist. So that's being added to our state plan amendment. Also adding the school districts as billable providers, and then adding some covered services that would only be allowed to be billed by school districts. So we're not trying to add we're trying to add a broad array of services, but only at school districts, so that we can cover the costs that the school districts are already experiencing. So they won't really be adding any new services. They'll just be having a new revenue source to pay for those. So that should be submitted, I would assume, in the next month or two, given the timeline we're working on, but we can give you a more concrete timeline after the meeting.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
I get all that. My concern was this doctrine that its maintenance effort. You can never supplant or supplement. And somehow that was seen as a roadblock to ever saving any real dollars in the school districts. And that was going to be part of the plan amendment as well. Is that underway? It's not. ringing
Chairman
any
Nicholas,
bells.
Senator Kinski, I don't know if we're really, I don't know if that's the question. I think if there was cuts tied to it and then you were, there's, because there is no cuts at the districts and you're not really changing the reimbursement methodology, we haven't heard anything that what we're trying to do is supplanting or that it would only have to be supplementary funding. So that is why some of the funding model is as complex as it is. That
Mr. Chairman, I thought the whole deal was we were providing services that could be covered by Medicaid. And the idea is instead of us spending the money on those services, we were going to try to build them to Medicaid. And there was a concern that there was this floor we could never go below in spending so that we actually would save very little money unless we had an exception that said it's okay to swap school foundation dollars for Medicaid dollars on these services that are being provided.
And Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, if I may, from our side, from the Department of Health and Medicaid financing side, this is about adding revenue to those services that can be Medicaid reimbursable. There are, as you mentioned, there's a complex issues that I'm probably not the best person to speak to about maintenance of effort, maintenance of financial support on the Department of Education side. But I believe those dollars that were previously going to these types of services would at the very least be freed up for other areas. Now, to the extent that reductions are made, whether it's to districts or school foundation program dollars or what have you, that could trigger those discussions about MOE and MFS on the education side. But from the Department of Health, this is about shouldn't use the word supplant. This is about supplementing those revenues for those services.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, just one wrap-up comment and I'll leave it alone. Then if the Department of Education are the better people to answer that question, your team that's operating on the plan amendment with these other departments, that needs to be an agenda item.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, we'll get back to you on that.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll take a 15-minute break. Be back at 11 o'clock. So what page are we at? Let's,
Mr. Chairman, we're on page 121.
121. All right, go ahead. Please proceed.
This unit is 462 out-of-home placements for children, and there are 3 exception requests in this
All right.
unit.
Mr. Chairman, beginning on page 122 is our first exception request in this unit. And this is again related to our step 3 reduction conversation that we had earlier this morning, going back to last session. That proposed step 3 reduction was to eliminate the children's mental health waiver and the care management entity per legislative direction. That those cuts were not implemented on July 1st. We received the 1 year of funding from the legislature. And so per that direction, we're bringing that back here. This would be to keep the care management entity and the children's mental health waiver operational as a program.
And the overall fiscal impact is what?
Mr. Chairman, that total request is 2.9 million general funds with 2.9 million federal funds. I will mention this is one of those areas where we do have the ARPA MO maintenance of effort issue. This is a home and community-based service that if we do not keep this program operational through this exception request, we do put the state at risk for losing that enhanced match that we received through the ARPA legislation for home and community-based services.
And that's for how long?
Mr. Chairman, I believe it's 2 years enhanced match.
Okay, go ahead. Coach.
So, Mr. Chairman, in reviewing this request, this exception request, and the committee will note that it's denied by the governor, and we kind of come back and question that with the department. And then I followed up with Director Hibbert, and it appears that this was an oversight because it does indeed impact the MOE. And the suggestion is that we'll have the governor come back and in a letter to approve it.
Essentially, approve it or just say we'll use reversion. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to clarify that while I want to be careful with how many of our reversion dollars we obligate because we may not come in that high. And as you saw on the last page of our policy brief, we do have other cost areas that those reversions would be obligated to. Bring that up for the committee's attention. We will do our best with legislative direction to finance and cover what we can, but there is some unknown.
Well, and with that, I presume that you will, on your reversions, you'll take care of the high risk ones like this first. Or we can add language that says that if there are insufficient reversions, we'll use general funds.
Mr. Chairman, we have a little bit of a fallback position on the veterans home because we're going to have that generally funded, but we're going to have reversions first, then general funds.
Yeah.
So we got a little bit of a spring.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman,
please.
did I understand Kevin to say that agree with Lloyd that the governor was in error on his denial and that's been reversed on this particular?
Mr. Chairman, I would not phrase it that way.
Of course not.
What I would
Did I
say is,
understand that Mr. Hibbert was in error on his denial?
you could say that as long as you want, but honestly, we're reviewing a very big budget, a very big cycle, and we're looking at this and saying that when I calculated originally what we felt were the reversions, my calculation was 68 million. So we predicated decisions on how much we thought that we were going to be receiving in reversions. Now you've heard that there's a 90 percentile that we're going to get 76 million dollars. So with that knowledge, we can take advantage of funding this and help us with the MOE. That's how I would phrase it.
Okay, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, the next exception request in this unit is on page 124. And this is the overlap with the Department of Family Services issue that I mentioned in my opening comments related to a federal regulatory and policy change that is now classifying those residential treatment centers as institutes for mental disease and thus prohibiting the use of some of these Medicaid reimbursements. So this is a straight general fund request. You'll see a federal fund reduction here in this unit. The general fund request is 1.8 million, again, to maintain and keep the services for these at-risk youth at the residential treatment centers. And we have partnered here and discussed this at length with the Department of Family Services. This is our short-term solution to this issue with the federal change, knowing that longer term through the various provisions of the Families First Act and some of the changes that we anticipate seeing in the child and family services system with services like these, that there's a potential to transition providers to a different type of compliance where this general fund exposure might not be there. But for the foreseeable future, we would request the 1.8 million so that we don't have a service delivery gap with our Department of Family Services children.
So Stefan, when you say for the foreseeable future, you intend to have this roll into your general budget? Or should this be one-time funding?
Mr. Chairman, that's a good question. This is requested as standard budget. And I think that would certainly be my preference. This is an interesting area where the Department of Health is financing, services for children that are largely served by a different agency. I think over the course of the biennium, the 23-24 biennium, we could certainly report back on what those potential, compliance changes would be. But this is a standard budget request.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
circle back and explain to me again what the long-term solution is, where these providers are all going to go to 15 beds or what's the solution?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, hopefully the only time I apologize this morning is I'm probably not as best prepared to answer that question. I would want to have DFS with me here since it is so much of their area. Long-term solution, to put it very, very generally and oversimplify it, is there are certain practices for providers that are subject to the Families First Act that may allow federal funding to flow in a different way, but I don't want to get over my skis and give you the details. We will most certainly follow up.
Mr. Chairman?
Please.
And so on that same vein, I mean, I'm thinking, and I can only think of about the boys school and the girls school do they fall into this category?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure, but this would apply to a significant portion of our, what we call RTCs or residential treatment centers around the state.
So I'm just thinking, but just to finish my thought, I'm thinking out loud that I can only think of about one or two institutions in the state that have over 16 beds.
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Perkins, I believe there are more. But let me get with my colleagues at Department of Family Services and get that breakdown.
All right, thank you.
Just to circle back, I've tracked that through with DFS on the girls' school and the boys' school, and they fall into the category of incarceration rather than treatment.
All right, go ahead.
Members of the committee, we're on page 126 now, unit 463, nursing facility services. There are two requests in this unit.
Mr. Chairman, if you'll turn to page 127 for the first exception request here. This is what I mentioned earlier this morning. We made a request to increase nursing home cost coverage in Medicaid reimbursements by 1%. The way that looks is on average, en masse, our Medicaid nursing home reimbursements on average for these facilities, nursing facilities, come in at about 83% cost coverage. That is what Medicaid reimbursements cover in terms of a nursing home's business model vary greatly. A nursing home can be heavily focused on Medicare rehabilitation and thus have a higher staffing cost and a higher cost structure, whereas a more custodial-based nursing home may have higher cost coverage when it comes to how much their Medicaid per day rates or their Medicaid rates cover their operational costs. But on average across the state, Wyoming is around 83% cost coverage for nursing homes. What you'll see here in the narrative is we do nursing home rate rebasing every year. To the extent that that gets funded is variable over the last several years, but we do the exercise to look at the funding formula, the age of the plant, the acuity of the clientele that are served, and we rebase nursing home rates. If there's no appropriation or the legislature doesn't fund what could be an increase in the nursing home rate rebasing, then the deck gets shuffled, if that makes sense. Some providers will see an increase, some providers will stay the same, some might see a decrease. This request would be to increase the cost coverage through Medicaid rates by 1%. And you can see secondarily in the narrative that each percentage cost increase is approximately $1.1 million of general fund. If we took them to 90% cost coverage at a 6 or 7% cost coverage increase, that would be $1 million for each percent that you would increase those. You'll note the governor has denied this request.
So when was the last time this was increased?
Mr. Chairman, if memory serves, the last nursing home rate increase was done in 2015, I believe implemented in 2016 or 17.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
Director, I have a question. You say that Medicaid rates for nursing facilities cover on average approximately 83% of the total cost of care. How do we know what the cost of care is? I mean, do we? So, I mean, it seems like different providers might operate differently. Like some might have a more efficient operation, others have a less efficient operation.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stith, that's a great question. And obviously these are our estimates based on what we call allowable cost in the Medicare and Medicaid world that we get through cost reports. And we have actuarial consultants that do that work to estimate what cost coverage is. But you're absolutely right. And like I was saying before, it really does vary across nursing homes where depending on the business model and the line of service that they might have outside of Medicaid really does have a significant impact on how much these rates cover in terms of their cost.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, and I know I asked you this, but I can't remember what, if we're at 83%, what kind of surrounding states, where are they at in their reimbursement rate?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, it's hard to know. There's not a comprehensive data set. We do have some information we can share of where we come in regionally in terms of our rates, and then some, aggregate or macro statistics on Medicaid rates in general as compared to other states, which we can share with the committee. We are relatively high in our rate structure, but I don't want to sound unsupportive of this request. I think it has been a number of years since the rebasing was exercises were funded. But that regional comparison, again, it's not perfect, so I don't want to overpromise that we have comprehensive comparative data, but we can get you what we have.
So Stefan, it occurs to me that we might need some regional adjustments in the state, because there are certain places where this would be basically a median wage, and there are other communities where it would be well below the median wage.
Mr. Chairman, another good question, and what I would offer there is we have both a federally approved and a state legislatively approved sort of schedule or formula for how nursing home rates are rebased. And again, we do that every year. It was changed back in 2013 or 2014. The last time this conversation was had, and that formula is what we use that takes into account much more than was previously taken into account in terms of the age of the plant, the acuity of the clientele they serve, and a number of other factors, which again, we can provide that summary to the committee. I think picking and choosing might not be allowable of who gets a higher rate on the CMS side, but we would have to follow up on that.
Okay, please proceed. Go, Mr. Cochin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of things, questions for you. So as we look at this and this particular exception request, we're going to increase it a percentage point. But as I'm thinking about that, that's really, in doing that, there's really a double hit. Now it is one, you're increasing the percentage point, but two, we're seeing substantial increase upward pricing in the cost of delivering those services. So one, have you provided for any kind of allowance for inflationary costs to cost of nursing, these allowable costs in this number, or is this just taking the old rebasing rate and adding it by 1%?
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Perkins, these are recent figures from the most recent actuarial study, as I understand it. But I'm not sure to the extent that inflation adjustment was taken into account, either in that exercise or in the model that the rebasing happens every year. I will double check on that.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, if it's most recent actuarial study, I'd be very surprised if those figures are any more recent than the end of 2020 at the very earliest, and more likely 2019. And so I think we're all aware, particularly in providing these type of care, the inflationary costs have been substantial in the last 2 years. And so I just keep that in mind. I think this is something we'll have to keep an eye on as we move forward. The other question I have is, in doing that, the other side of this is we obviously have a lot of private sector partners in providing this care. And have we done, or do we know, have any indication what the financial health of the providers are that around the state? In some cases, loss of a provider would constitute an emergency for the executive branch and for all of us, quite frankly.
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Perkins, I'm really glad you asked that question. There's a little bit of a lag. We don't have real-time data, but we do have a very good way of analyzing, visualizing, and dashboarding nursing home cost reports that are submitted to the feds. Now, to the extent you can monitor the financial health in real time, again, there's a data lag with those annually submitted cost reports to CMS. But a couple of years ago, a legislative committee, I believe this one in joint labor, formed a subcommittee that directed us to build that and publish it. So we have that data in a website that's still live for hospitals, for nursing homes, and then those are on the CMS cost report side. We also have that financial data for nonprofit providers that file Form 990s with the federal government that we're also able to collect and analyze and visualize. We compare them to each other, and we also compare them to similarly sized peers across the country, where, again, I don't want to overpromise because you kind of have to look at the data impressionistically over the years to see where you might maybe have a trend of a problem, but happy to share that site with you, sir.
And Mr. Chairman, you said that's on your website. We could find that running around your website.
Mr. Chairman, it's not posted on the health website, but it's a separate URL that we'll send to the committee.
I didn't catch the last thing you said.
It's a separate URL that we'll send to the committee.
Oh, okay.
It's not currently linked on our website.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, we're on page 128. This is another one that I talked about before that eliminates the need to do a B11 throughout the biennium. This is the counterpart to what we talked about with the hospital and the QRA payments, but this is on the nursing facility side. So it's the nursing facility supplemental payments. No general fund here, but asking to ask that or have that authority added into the standard budget.
Okay.
On to page 130. That's 464. It's hospice. There are no exception requests in this unit.
Please proceed.
On to page 133, unit 470, optional adult services. And this does have 2 exception requests.
Mr. Chairman, page 134, you'll see exception request priority 7A and B. These are both budget cut restorations that we were directed to bring back. This is adult vision and adult dental coverage in the Medicaid program. You'll see the exposure on the general fund side to continue funding these services is $750,000 general fund, $750,000 federal funds. And the governor has recommended the federal funds be approved and that we use reversion carry forward for the general fund.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
is restoration of this required by the ARPA MOE or any other MOE?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, no.
Thank you.
Members of the committee, on page 136, moving along, unit 471 is Indian Health Services. There are no exception requests in this unit.
Okay, please proceed.
On page 139, unit 472, Wyoming Life Resource Center. There are no exceptions in this unit.
And Mr. Chairman, I might just mention we have 2 Life Resource Center units in the Department of Health. One is the Medicaid unit for Life Resource Center, The other we'll get to in Behavioral Health Division a little bit later in the presentation.
Okay.
Members of the committee, page 141. 483 is the unit. Long-term care waiver services, there are no exception requests in this unit. On to page 144, unit 485, comprehensive waiver, and there are 3 exception requests in this unit.
Mr. Chairman, page 145 is the first exception request here, Medicaid budget cut restoration in order to meet the maintenance of effort requirement from ARPA in the home and community-based services side of that legislation. Mr. Chairman, this is another step 3, mostly, I will say, mostly step 3 budget request or budget cut from the previous session that we received 1 fiscal year of funding for, so that we did not make the cut on July 1st. These areas, which you can see outlined on page 145 going into page 146, is limitations on what we call the Extraordinary Care Committee requests for rate increases on the developmental disability waivers. The second 2.5% rate reduction to waiver providers that was proposed in step 3. A removal of a grandfathering provision in what we call the IBA methodology, or individual budget amounts, essentially how these budgets for the waiver members are set, was changed by the legislature in 2014, but there was a grandfathering clause that folks who were on before then would not be subject to the new rate methodology. This budget cut proposal from last year would eliminate that grandfathering clause. In addition, the wait list would be frozen for the biennium. As you know, on the developmental disability wait list, the comprehensive and supports waivers, we do operate a wait list, and we would freeze that so that budget savings would be realized. And then finally, Mr. Chairman, I would offer a correction in this particular budget request. We were directed to bring back all of the cuts that through your budget amendments and what happened in joint conference committee that was added back to the Department of Health budget, that was one time, that we would bring them back like we're doing here. One of the cuts in this particular area was a step 2 reduction to essentially eliminate habilitative services for physical therapy, occupational therapy on the waiver in lieu of just keeping it in the state plan, which is rehabilitative. We missed that in preparing this budget. And so this request is actually on the general fund side about $950,000 short because per your direction, we were to bring back all that was added back to our budget. We missed that just focusing on the step 3. That's a mistake on our end. And so that's not included in the budget book here, but it's about $950,000 general fund, $950,000 federal fund that should be added to this request. You'll note that on this larger exception request that the governor has denied this as submitted. So I think that will generate a further conversation. And I'll stop there, see if there are any questions, Mr. Chairman.
So walk me through what the on the ground impacts of this is.
Mr. Chairman, in again, going to page 145 and 146, all of those cuts that would be implemented if this exception request is not funded are outlined there. But essentially what it would look like in terms of impacts across those 4 or 5 domains, that if this was not funded on July 1st of next year, the beginning of the 23-24 budget, we would implement those previously proposed budget reductions. So you can see in the request, all of these together is about $10 million general fund. Per my previous comments, I think it's prudent to increase that to about $11 million total, $11 million federal. So 11 general and 11 federal if this were to be fully restored.
So I thought, Stefan, I just might be getting things mixed up, that the ARPA provided an additional enhancement that goes into effect 1st of January. And so does that cross-link with this?
Mr. Chairman, it does. So 2 things going on here. One, like I described with the reductions that were put on hold last session. There were 2 reasons for that. One, I think there was a sentiment, at least that I heard in committee and from the legislature, that the cuts were too much. The other one, which is probably more relevant here, is that Those cuts were put on hold because we would risk not leveraging those enhanced federal funds through the enhanced match. If this exception request were not funded in the upcoming session, and we make these cuts essentially on July 1st of next year, we put ourselves at risk of losing those enhanced federal funds. That's the maintenance of effort provision that we've been discussing.
So then why is the governor denying it?
Mr. Chairman, what I would say there is, as Director Hibbard mentioned, a large interwoven complicated budget here. At the same time, going back to our conversations last year and during the last session, we have several areas in the department, this potentially being one of them, where I think the discussion that we've had is around, we have some short-term funds through ARPA or through freed up general funds now that could be used versus the long-term obligations of the state. This is obviously an area with individuals that are served that have significant needs. But I think that plays into the recommendation of approval or denial here, where all of these waiver services and all of these optional services we have as a state, I think warrant discussion longer term on what we can finance with general funds going into 25-26 biennium. That's where you see, like I mentioned in my opening comments, some denials, which I think spur additional conversation here, but also some denials with the direction to use general fund carry forward on a one-time basis.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman.
Just one second.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, in light of that oversight of not including that step 2 reduction in this denial, and similar to the children's mental health waiver and the projections, I think the conversation is to include that back in a letter where we don't jeopardize that maintenance effort, and then work forward in the longer term solution for 25 and 26 if we vote to approve the governor's letter.
Kevin?
Mr. Chairman, in light of the estimate, $76 million, we'll propose that to the governor. We'll work on a letter.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Stefan, a couple questions on this subject. So you've got down that without this budget, there'll be it's essentially freeze funding for the wait list. So my first question is, does that mean that if someone comes off the wait list for whatever reason, that no one else would be added on? So even if there's space on the wait list, there's no one else would be added on?
Mr. Chairman, yes, essentially, instead of bringing folks when someone drops off to bring someone on for that period of time in the biennium, the proposal last year was to freeze that so that you capture those budget savings. So essentially the wait list would grow.
Right, but that budget recommendation runs out at the end of this year. So going into the next biennium, how would that is the proposal here that without this that would need to continue? Is that what that is saying?
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Perkins, without this funding, we would implement that wait list provision on July 1st of next year.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, right, a couple other questions. One is how long is the approximate wait period for the wait list, and how many individuals are on the wait list?
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Perkins, we'll get you that data. I don't have it right in front of me.
And this is comprehensive waiver, so we're just talking about comprehensive waivers here, right?
Does someone behind you have that number?
Mr. Chairman, I'll see if they do. We have it available on a dashboard. We just have to look it up.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Stefan, to Senator Perkins' request, I would add, my recollection is when we went over this data, when we were dealing with these cuts, that the number served started out as X, and then somewhere along the line, the legislature expanded the number of people served, and the wait list still didn't go down. And then the number of people served expanded yet again. And so I'd like to see the growth of the total number of people on the program over time. I think you showed us that time series, and it was significant, as I recall.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, yes, and we will provide that. One clarification, the discussion I think you're referencing was relating to our long-term care waiver, what we call our community choices waiver. Back in 2014, the legislature uncapped that waiver so that we could potentially offset costs that would be in nursing homes by serving folks in the community. We'll get you both.
Mr. Chairman, and as I recollect, I think you were skeptical as to whether that had really avoided institutionalization and whether the savings had been realized at the time.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, on the long-term care waiver side, for generally elderly folks who meet nursing home level of care and get served in their homes or communities instead, I think it's safe to say that it is a lower cost alternative to nursing home placement, and we likely have some cost offsets. It's just very difficult to draw that straight line of where you book the savings for treating someone or having someone on the community waiver program. Would they have gone to a nursing home and when? We did do that analysis last year, and I want to be clear that we did not disprove that there are savings to institutional levels of care by having the waiver programs. But it's also very difficult to prove it, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One more.
Go ahead.
So I don't know whether this is for Mr. Hibbert or Mr. Johansson, but when we're talking about somehow we've got having $76 million mixed up with the maintenance of effort and restoration of cuts. If you didn't have $76 million, you either have to restore it due to the MOE requirement or you don't have to restore it. So I'm unclear on how the 76 million weighs in on whether we restore a cut or not.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, I'll start, see if Director Hibbert has anything to add. You're right. What we're projecting is reversions at that $76 million level. In another biennium might not be available, and these would be straight general fund requests. Having that ability does allow us to, on a one-time basis for the next biennium, offset what would be general fund budget requests by funding them with reversions. But you're absolutely right. With all of these categories, we maybe with a few exceptions, and depending on how the next biennium goes, if we fund things with reversions, which, as you know, the department is bringing these proposals. We did that with the facility staffing several years ago. It's prudent to do so. In these particular areas, we will be back in the 25-26 biennium having similar conversations about what can and should be funded on an ongoing basis.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, so Director Hibbert, if you could, or Director Hibbert, hi. Director Johansson, if you could make sure that my recollection of this conversation last year is accurate. When we looked at these step three, there was a combination of things that impacted a number of providers. There's a 2.5% reduction in their Medicaid reimbursement. Then we come back and we say these same the people that are served by these same providers then will have a reduction in their IBAs. Well, who receives those IBAs? It's the provider. So there's another cut to the provider. Then you have you had a provider that may be providing services to an individual that behaviors change, become more complex. And traditionally, we have a mechanism in there, that extraordinary care committee, that could evaluate that and make an adjustment to their IBA if necessary. We would have eliminated that. That would have impacted that same provider. And so as we looked at that in a whole, even though these were kind of across different spectrums of the population served, they really come in and collaboratively impacted to some degree some providers. And so it wasn't just a 2.5% cut. It really became more important. And then on the waiver side, Chairman Perkins indicated that we was talking about the comprehensive waiver, but it also, the wait list is for the comprehensive and support waivers. So it was both of them. And if I've got that right, and then we talk about the wait list, the concern on the wait list was the waiver program, if I understand it correctly, was designed so that if I were a person receiving services and I had through the wait list and I go off the wait list, if I died, then those funds are freed up that served me and would normally be used to bring somebody else off the wait list and provide services to. And with that step 3 reduction, that would not take place. Those, the wait list would stay the same. Those funds that are now freed up would just go back to the general fund. And so am I recalling all of that accurately?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, yes, you are. And to elaborate on that, I would just add that 90+% of the department's funds, all of our funding sources, goes out the door in form of reimbursement to providers. 10% of our cost is staff and administration, mostly at our facilities. So you're absolutely right that anytime we are directed and have to make budget cuts like we went through last year and 4 years ago, it's painful. And this is another example of those types of painful cuts that I don't think any of us ever want to make. But to hit the original target that was proposed or that was directed to us in step 2 and step 3 budget reductions last year was significant. And that's this unit, our waiver programs and Medicaid are some of our highest cost line items in the department. And so those cuts are generally, because of how we're structured, passed along to the folks who provide services. But your understanding is largely correct.
So then, Mr. Chairman, if I could follow up with the conversation, and this goes back to Senator Kinski's observation, which is completely accurate, is we're using reversions now, but what do we do moving forward? And will anything change for the better moving out there? And as we said last year, what's our plan B? If we can fund this through this year, the next biennium, what's our plan B to adjust that? And our suggestion was back to the department was to reach out to those providers that provide those services and to have them evaluate the services and the delivery mechanism that is provided through the department to see how we could do that. So perhaps that is giving those providers some options to say, maybe I don't want rehab, I don't want this service if I can continue on with this service and reduce some IBA requirements and doing some other things. And so my question is, have you reached out and are we starting to have some of those conversations so that we can adjust it so that we can really maybe make some corrections and look at this moving forward?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, a few brief comments there. In general, yes, those conversations, particular to this unit and this provider group, have happened across a couple of areas. One, as you all know, in order to capture that enhanced match that we've been talking about in home and community-based services that came from ARPA, we were required by CMS to develop a comprehensive plan of how that would be spent, what that would look like in terms of rate increases, additional service coverage, et cetera. The healthcare financing team did good outreach with our provider group to determine, what that additional funding, what that spending would look like. On the policy side, those conversations about the waiver and waiver services, how they're funded, how IBAs are drawn down, what policy measures could be put in place or taken away that would make us more efficient with dollars, number one, but also make it more efficient on the provider or participant side have happened. In addition, I will say though, Representative Larson, I don't think we have fully formed Plan B. It is just options that I think are out there of ways to reduce long-term cost exposure there, but often that comes at the expense of services. What you'll see in some other areas of our budget, especially when we get into the aging division and our Wyoming Home Services program, is other Plan B options for long-term, maybe reducing general fund exposure in some of these programs. This one with the waivers is, as you know, a little bit different given its intertwining with federal rules and regs.
Further questions? Okay,
Mr. Chairman,
please.
On the subject, so I just was doing around, and so when we talk about wait list, when we talk about the wait list, and we're talking about comprehensive, we haven't talked about the I forget what it's called, the support waiver. And so, you know, so at the same time, when when we're talking about that, when I'm asking for the information on wait lists, I want it on both waivers, approximate number of people, approximate number of time. And if you can provide us any data on the ability or the numbers of people, maybe over the last couple of years have transitioned from support waiver to the comprehensive waiver. And I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, happy to prepare that info. Mr. Chairman, moving on, page 147 is our next exception request in this unit, priority 2D. This is the increase in federal match like we've been talking about through the enhanced 10% match that's available through ARPA. I want to explain this with what's going on here, because you might ask yourself the question, if we're getting more federal funds, why are we asking for general funds? The way that sort of general fund offset has worked in this biennium, this fiscal year, since it became available, is that those funds have been received. In fact, I believe I signed the B11 for the 17.5 million in this biennium just the other day, that we will capture those funds. Having received those, this exception request is to, in the next period, since the ARPA enhanced match continues, we can take essentially those freed up dollars and match them again to essentially grow the pie. But what you'll see here is the governor rightly has recommended $0 on the general fund side of this exception request to cover it with reversions. Department of Health budget and budget office agree that's the most prudent option here, because we can do two things. Like I said, grow the pie by getting additional federal match related to that enhanced 10%. And number two, what you'll see in the narrative in this request is if this request is funded, the DD waiver rate rebasing request that you'll see a little bit later for approximately $7.5 million does not need to be funded, because if this is approved, we can cover that for at least 1 year, potentially the biennium, as part of this request. So you can cross another exception request off. I know that was a lot of information very quickly, Mr. Chairman. I'll stop and see if there's any questions.
Obviously, there's a preference to go this way.
Mr. Chairman, that is the department's preference. And you'll see the governor's denial on the exception request I mentioned for the DD rate rebasing here in a few pages.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
And so with respect to, what is it, priority 8, so we're really kind of talking about both these at once. So it's priority 8A and priority 2D, right?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
And so under 2D, which is the preferred option, what's the end result in the budget moving forward in future biennia?
Mr. Chairman, the ARPA MOE and the ARPA enhanced match will go away.
Right.
The intent is not to continue leveraging that and having additional general fund exposure in those areas. But you're right. The preference would be to fund this through in the general fund portion through reversions, so that we can cross off on the next page priority 8A, at least for the time being. What you'll see on page 148, Co-Chairman Perkins, is some narrative that explains why, what that request is. Again, it can be covered temporarily with priority 2D. As you've heard me say numerous times in this presentation this morning, keep in mind the ongoing, if we do the waiver rate rebasing and we cover it through the exception request on page 147, that does not solve our problem for the 25-26 biennium. That will be another area where we will be talking to the committee about keeping those rates where they are 2 years from now.
And Mr. Chairman, I mean, if you grant 2D, I'm assuming the result is that more people will receive services, and it's not limited just to, it's community crisis. So it's not just DD, there's a broader range. But will the effect be that we will reduce the amount of people on waiting list? We anticipate that will enable us to move. And I mean, that's the information what you're putting together. If you do that, what is the effect on the waiting list? How many people come off? How many people move around? What is the effect on the approximate wait time for the wait list? Those are all important, I think, important considerations for us to have going forward.
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Perkins, a point well taken. Two things I would mention there. One is I believe we've shared it with the committee when it was approved. We will reshare it, which is our CMS approved plan for how these funds are to be spent. And you can see in that how it breaks down across rate increases, additional services, funding people off the wait list. We'll share that with you. But again, point well taken. We'll also prepare the data on which I just saw some of the initial numbers on the wait list, as well as the transitions over time.
Okay, before we go on, I think you had a question on number of units, more than 15 beds, 16 beds?
Yes.
Corin?
While she's coming up, which unit was that, Stefan?
Go ahead.
That's back in 462, found on page 124.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, 462 out-of-home placements for children.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you have quite a few questions, I'll sit at the table. If not, I'm comfortable back here.
You're fine, right there.
Okay.
Chairman, she just wants a lot of, as much room as she can between us and the JC and her.
I think she's staying close to the door. It's prudent.
So then, Mr. Chairman and Director Schmidt, as we was having a discussion on the loss of federal funds due to reclassification as non-qualifying due to Institutes of Mental Disease prohibition, the question came up on what facilities around the state or who that would be impacted. Are there facilities in the state that have, because it was impacted 16 beds or more, was our understanding. Are there providers that have 16 beds or more? And I think there's also talk about boys' school and girls' school, but we didn't think that they applied, I think. So, and then Director Johansson could follow up with the other questions if he has.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, Corin Schmidt. I'm the director of the Wyoming Department of Family Services. The IMD exclusion has always been in law. Where this has come to everyone's attention is because in the Family First Prevention Act that was passed a few years ago, it started to look more at residential treatment centers for children. So while we've talked a lot about IMD exclusion at the state hospital and potentially at the Life Resource Center, the focus now has switched to residential treatment centers, and are they now considered IMDs? They always maybe have been, but no one has really drawn attention to this conversation until the federal legislation was passed. So this is an issue that is facing all of the US across the board. This just isn't a Wyoming problem. So CMS has to make a determination if the facility is in fact an IMD. So that is a Medicaid function through their Office of Healthcare Licensing. If OHLS makes a determination that a facility, because it's 16 or more beds and it's primarily a psychiatric or mental health location, then it may be considered an IMD, which means then that any child placed there is not eligible for any of their costs to be covered by Medicaid. So in our state, we have, we think, 3 that apply, well, more than 3. We have all 3 of the BOCES we think are over 16 beds. We have the Yes House up in Gillette. We have Cathedral Home down in Laramie. And I think that was it, 3 categories. So BOCES, Cathedral Home, and Yes House. I do know at the national level, there's conversations occurring that says if a state is recognizing a residential treatment center as also a qualified residential treatment program, then it may be waived from the IMD exclusion, but that's just conversation at this time. So the request is for $1.8 million, I believe, to be able to cover the federal share of the funds that would now not be eligible for federal match and instead be replaced with general fund. This is the same thing that happens at the boys' school and girls' school currently. Currently, the boys' school and girls' school uses the Medicaid number, bills Medicaid, but there's no federal dollars that are part of that reimbursement. It's 100% general fund, but for different reasons. The boys' school and girls' school are considered correctional under the eyes of CMS, whereas Yes House, Meadowlark was the last one. Yes House, Meadowlark, and Cathedral Home, plus the BOCES would be considered IMDs. So same outcome, but different reasons for the exclusions.
Mr. Chairman, and so what about the Central Wyoming, the two, the WBI and then the treatment center up there, which has a large residential component to it?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Perkins, the WBI is considered a psychiatric residential treatment facility, as is St. Joe's in Torrington. They are considered hospital levels of care, and therefore they get 100% reimbursed by Medicaid.
Okay.
The RTCs in our state, the remaining RTCs in our state are not PRTFs. And there's history there if you're interested.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Follow up. Corin, so the IMD exclusion, does that apply to children or just to adults?
Mr. Chairman, and I'm sorry, I don't know who was chairing today, so if I'm direct, okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, Representative, it applies to facilities. So it's the type of facility and the type of person they serve. So if there's a facility who has 16 or more beds, whose main purpose is mental health, then it's excluded. And this goes back to, I believe, Reagan era efforts to be able to deinstitutionalize a lot of the institutions and try to incentivize more community-based programs. Therefore, CMS said, we're no longer going to pay for these big institutions. We want communities to provide those services. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director Schmidt. I always appreciate the lifelines. Moving on, Mr. Chairman, our next exception request, as we were already talking about, was on page 148, and that is priority 8A, the waiver rate rebasing in Unit 485. Again, if the previous exception request is approved, which the governor is recommending the general fund be reversion carry forward dollars from the department, we do not need this one temporarily for the next biennium.
Okay, no further questions. We'll move on to page 150. That's Unit 486 and its supportive services waiver. There's no exception requests in this unit.
'23, '24.
Mr. Chairman, are you referring to the revenue table?
Yes.
We'll have to get back to you on that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the Division of Healthcare Financing. We will move on to the Division of Public Health. Before we go in to that, a couple of comments. I just want to offer gratitude to Stephanie Pyle, to Dr. Ali Harris, and their entire team for the last 18 months or more of the COVID response and all of the other work that they have had to absorb. It has not been easy, but in my estimation, they've done a fantastic job under tough circumstances. The second thing, Mr. Chairman, that I would mention and give Stephanie kudos for, this is going to be the simplest Department of Health division you've seen in a long time. We have a couple of minor exception requests related to 2 federally funded positions and an ETS position, but that is it for public health. The budget is largely flat. What you will notice over the next couple of months or a couple of years even is that the Public Health Division and the Department of Health have received a lot of federal funding directly, both from the CARES Act legislation and the ARPA legislation that many of you have participated in stakeholder groups that have weighed in on how those funds will be spent, if they'll be spent. But just wanted to mention that that is a highly evolving situation month to month of what federal grant funding we have and what it's going to support, much of which we have on our website or have summary materials for. But the standard budget in the public health division here is largely flat. And I'll hand it over to Eric to point you to the first exception request.
Mr. Chairman, is this a good break point?
Go ahead.
Is this a break point?
No, I think we'll go till 12:15 because we kind of extended our breaks. So let's just keep rocking for a few more minutes.
This won't take long, Mr. Chairman, this division.
And Mr. Chairman, page 155 is the first unit 501. As Director Johansson said, we only have 3 exception requests in the whole of this, so I'm going to move pretty quickly through the ones that don't have them, but obviously stop me if you have any questions.
Okay.
So this is Unit 501, Public Health Division Administration. There are no exception requests in this unit.
Go on.
Moving on to page 159, Unit 502, Public Health Preparedness. There are no exception requests here. Page 163, Unit 503, Emergency Medical Services and Hospital Preparedness. There are no exception requests in this unit.
Go ahead.
Moving forward to page 168, Unit 510, Rural and Frontier Health. There are no exception requests here. Page 173, Unit 522, Immunization. There is an exception request here on the top of page 174. This is a grant, a COVID relief grant that we received directly from the federal government. We have 8 positions here, AWAC positions, that we are asking to have authorized into next biennium that are going to work on this grant. The grant was roughly $38 million in total funding. I want to point out that these AWAC positions are time limited and they're specific to this grant. So when this grant ends, these positions will go away.
So no need to say one time or anything like that.
Right.
All right.
And no general fund here. So all federal funds.
Okay, proceed.
On to page 178, Unit 523, Maternal and Child Services. There are no exception requests.
Okay, seeing no questions, please proceed.
Page 183, Nursing Home Visitation, Unit 524. There are no exception requests in this unit.
Okay, please proceed.
Page 186, Unit 525, Women, Infants, and Children. There is one exception request here. If you look on page 187, this is an ETS position transfer. The position currently resides in the Department of Health, but the oversight is in ETS. So with this, we're transferring the position and the general funding to ETS.
Okay, proceed.
Page 191, Unit 526, Public Health Nursing. There are no exception requests.
Any questions? Public health nursing. All right, proceed.
Page 196, Unit 531, Cancer Screening. There are no exception requests.
All right, proceed, please.
Page 201, Unit 532, Public Health Laboratory. There are no exception requests.
Any questions? 201. Proceed.
Page 206, Unit 534, Communicable Disease. There are no exception requests.
Please.
Back on public health laboratories, back during the pandemic, I know that, it was kind of all hands on deck back at the public health laboratories. Where's that now? Is that modeled out or is that still running and running as hard as it can?
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Perkins, the Public Health Lab, which operates here in Cheyenne, you're absolutely right. We scaled up massively during the onset of the pandemic, mostly because there was so much demand for testing and other services related to COVID-19 that we leveraged a lot of temp position slots to do things as sometimes as grunt work and simple as packaging and repackaging, but also data analytics, actual test processing, those kinds of things. Since over the past year or so, some of that has been scaled back based on not needing all of that service, but with the surge that we saw in 2021, mostly related to the Delta variant, the number of cases, hospitalizations, and the demand for testing, a lot of our laboratory services have continued that were expanded.
Thankfully, a lot of that has been supported with the governor's help through CARES Act funding and other grant funding that we've received directly. We hope and anticipate that as the pandemic scales down, and we hope it does, the reason we have not leveraged a whole lot of AWAC positions or new permanent positions at the lab is because we anticipate some of those functions not being needed.
Thank you.
Okay, proceed.
Mr. Chairman, we're on page 211, Unit 538, Chronic Disease Epidemiology and Surveillance. There are no exception requests in this unit. Page 214, Unit 539, Injury and Chronic Disease Prevention. There are no exception requests in this unit.
Go ahead.
Page 219, Unit 540, Infectious Disease Epidemiology. There are no exception requests in this unit. Page 223, Unit 550, Substance Abuse and Tobacco Prevention. There are no exception requests in this unit.
Seeing no questions, please proceed.
Page 228, Unit 585. This is another one like exception request for AWAC positions like the one I had earlier, COVID relief funds that we got directly from the feds, where we have 5 positions that we anticipate will need into next biennium. They are directly linked to this grant and will go away when the grant goes away. And this one is also, I think, $38 million in total funding that we got from the feds.
Great, appreciate it. Please proceed.
And that completes public health.
All
Mr.
right,
Chairman, we can move on to behavioral health or we'll take direction.
got 10 more minutes.
Perfect. So we're on to the Behavioral Health Division, page 233, Unit 2501, Behavioral Health Administration. There are no exception requests in this unit.
Any questions? All right, please proceed.
Page 237, 2502, Recovery Supports, and there is an exception request in this unit.
Mr. Chairman, if you'll flip to page 238, you'll see the exception request that we discussed briefly earlier for guardianship service funding at the Wyoming State Hospital for a total of $170,000.
Any questions? All right, proceed. Go ahead.
Yeah, can you just fill us in on this program a little bit?
Mr. Chairman, clients and residents, Title 25 and Title 7 patients at the state hospital are often in need of a guardian to control legal issues, funding issues, et cetera. We struggle at the state hospital to find guardians for a lot of these clients.
How far across the state do you reach for that?
Mr. Chairman, that's a good question. Typically at the state hospital, our case managers and our staff will look in the client's home community, especially if they're from Wyoming or elsewhere. When there is no family or no interested family or close friends, we will look to community organizations across the state. We partner with Wyoming Guardianship Corporation and try to look for others in the faith-based community and volunteer organizations. But without some of this funding, which you'll see in the narrative, and we hope this would be successful, essentially a lot of this would pay for guardian legal fees, which are frustrating. And I think one of the barriers that prevent us from finding a volunteer in the community to do that work, because they say, well, it's going to cost me, several $100s or several $1,000s to even become the guardian and have those legal fees. This would help offset that.
So, Mr. Chairman, and so this is mostly, I mean, you've got a filing fee, you've got all the effort to establish the initial guardianship. There's a lease petition. Do you know how they handle? I mean, generally, guardian they want at least an in-person. They want an in-person part of a hearing. I mean, it takes all about 5 minutes, but they want an in-person hearing. Is that handled through virtually, or does that happen? Are those filed and done all down at the local court in Uena County, or do you know?
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Perkins, I think it's variable based on where the client is from or where they came from. Often, those proceedings will have happened or will have been initiated prior to admission if they've been arranged. I'd have to double check exactly how it works in Uena County Court, if that's how most of these things are handled.
Well, yeah, it would be the district court for
district court, right?
Not the circuit court.
Two things I would mention, Co-Chairman Perkins, here is in addition to offsetting some of those legal fees and maybe time associated with going through the process, this would also go through a contracting process through an RFP where we would look for additional support from outside organizations like some of our partners that we already have to beef up those services where they're handled in, completely, as opposed to our staff seeking volunteers and seeking friends and family, where you have an actual company or organization or nonprofit that would do a lot of that work. So we would try to competitively procure that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, proceed. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What are the numbers on this?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz, I don't have those in front of me. I can get you a breakdown of current civil clients at the state hospital that either do or don't have guardians.
All right, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, we're on page 241, unit 2503, court supervised treatment. There is one exception request in this unit on page 242, the bottom. This is another elimination of a B11. Court supervised treatment, you appropriate funds there, but we also collect fees. We usually do a B11 throughout the biennium to get us spending authority for those fees. So we're requesting roughly $300,000 in special revenue.
Okay, go ahead.
The next unit is on page 246, 2505, and this is the Wyoming State Hospital. There are two exception requests in this unit. On page 248, about the middle of the page, you'll see the equipment and repairs and maintenance. These are the requests we usually bring forward every time from the permanent land funds to cover equipment repairs and maintenance at the facility. You can see they've kind of listed out some of the things that they've used this money on before, but we're requesting that the authority to use that out of the state permanent land fund.
Please proceed.
On page 249 is the second one. Here's another, being our first facility since I talked about director's office, the HR consolidation. So these are positions at the state hospital that are going to be consolidated.
Okay, go ahead.
Page 255, unit 2506, outpatient mental health. There are no exception requests in this unit.
Go ahead.
Page 258, unit 2507, outpatient substance abuse. There are no exception requests here. Page, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Hibbert, this one was interesting to me because in the chart there, we have the on page 260. Is that tobacco funds effective immediately? Have we had that before, or is that new? Or
Mr. Chairman, yes, last biennium, we did something similar to that. And an example is that there's a long process to provide revenue estimates. And those revenue estimates, we've been enjoying more than what we've been estimating. For example, we wouldn't have $7.5 million to make effective immediate if we didn't have better revenues than we estimated. So what we're trying to do here is ensure that the tobacco funds, not only for this Department of Health, they're helping us by using that, but the enterprise gets their tobacco funds.
thank you. Just was curious on that.
Proceed.
At page 261, unit 2508, residential mental health. There are no exception requests in that unit.
Any questions? Please proceed.
Page 264, unit 2509, residential substance abuse. There are no exception requests in this unit.
All right.
Unit 267, 2510, preschools. We do have 4 exception requests in this unit.
Mr. Chairman, your first exception request in this unit will be on page 269. And this is a request that we made for about $4.3 million. As you'll recall, last year during the budget cuts, this funding was proposed for reduction. It was replaced with one-time school foundation program dollars and enhanced increased federal fund authority. This request, and you'll see the governor's recommendation is approval, would true that up. I don't know if Director Hibbert has anything he wants to add there, but that's essentially what is going on in this request.
Kevin?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have anything further to add unless you have questions.
Okay, any questions? Next.
Mr. Chairman, the second exception request is also on page 269, priority number 11. This is the DD preschool external cost adjustment that per guidance from the legislature, we are to bring all external cost adjustments that happen in K through 12 into this system as legislative budget requests, both current ECAs and historical. So you'll see the table going from 269 to 270. It shows all of the historical external cost adjustment requests, whether they were approved or not, or approved in limited fashion. This request that you see here from the department is for the full external cost adjustment of approximately $9 million. You'll see that the governor's recommended recommendation here is to fund just over $1 million, which represents the current year's external cost adjustment, not the retroactive historical ECAs that you see in the table on page 270.
Kevin, any comments on that?
Mr. Chairman, yes, there's a requirement statute that they ask for this money, not only for the current, but for the backlog. So we're funding the current. And it would be up to the legislature if they'd like to go beyond that.
And typically, well, at least for the past 7 or 8 years, you've requested it and we've denied it.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that's largely correct. Over the past, the last one approved was in 2019. I believe it was a portion of what was requested. Yes, 3.8 million was requested, 2 million was funded.
Part of the issue with this is once we pay it, we're stuck with it.
Correct.
Correct?
Mr. Chairman, you're stuck with it. We just execute.
So, Mr. Chairman, maybe you or Chairman Perkins can refresh, but it's stuck in my mind that when I first came to legislature, that if the ECA was denied, then we just kind of blew it off and it went away. The requirement to request it was there. Didn't mean we had to request it. And then it seems like maybe in 2018 or 17, something like that, we done a management audit committee, done a interim topic on that and kind of concluded then that we kind of needed to keep a running total. And that's, so this running total thing has only been in the last couple of bienniums. Is that correct, Director Johansson?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, that's correct. We did tabulate the data going back further as part of that legislative direction through the audit study. So that's what you see on the table on page 270.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Stitt.
Director Johansson, and I should know the answer to this, but could you describe a little bit about the preschool services program? Is it means tested at the child development centers, or who's eligible birth through 5 years to receive services?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stith, this is what we have 2 programs in the preschool unit. One is what we call Part B 619. That is an IDEA, or Federal Department of Education regulated program that serves children with developmental delays or disabilities from ages 3 to 5. It's more of an educational type setting that the Department of Health oversees. There is no means testing in that. It's really based on functional assessments and other types of educational assessments that we approve and along with Department of Education and Federal Department of Education comply with those rules. The other program here is what we call Part C, which serves, as you mentioned, the birth through 2-year-olds. And it's also educational, but also has a bit more of a medical model intertwined with it. Also not means tested, but relies on similar types of functional assessments that are done. So the 2 terms you'll hear on the Part C for the birth through 2-year-olds is an IFSP, an individualized family service plan that has to get developed. And then in Part B, it's what you hear is an IEP, an individualized education plan, similar to what you see in the K through 12 system. The way the funding model works is interesting in this program, that state statute requires a per child amount that's actually specified in statute. And there's some adjustments to that depending on legislative action or budget approval, those types of things. But essentially, when a child is made eligible, we require that every November and December, the centers, there's 14 regional centers and a number of providers within each region, they have to do a child count. And that determines how many children they have made eligible per those assessments. And then we essentially give that facility that per child amount that's specified in statute. And that'll be a nice segue into our next exception request, but stand for any further questions, Representative.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Does that include speech pathology services then for those children?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Sith, yes, it does.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, the next exception request in this unit is on page 271. Good news, you can cross this one off your list. This is a placeholder to the discussion just having with Representative Stith. We do a child count every year. It's finalized after our budget is done on December 1st, and we get that data the first week or so of December. Our child count on mass or on balance across Part B and Part C went down. So this placeholder request is no longer needed.
okay. Go ahead.
Director Johansson, are we going to then go by this child count? Last year, remember, the count went down. We kept it at the previous year's numbers, which were higher. And so did the governor make any recommendation on that, or what's his guidance?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, historically, the position that we've had is to keep the money in if it goes down, and then if it goes up, make a recommendation on whether or not to fund that increase.
Okay.
And
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, I would just add, this will be this year's child count, not the COVID adjustment that we made last year.
Chairman?
Go ahead.
And if I remember right, about the only way to reduce maintenance of effort issues in this area is if there's a reduced child count. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Perkins, there's a couple specified in federal law and rule. Two of the most important are reduced child count. You're absolutely right. Also, budget reductions that are made, I believe the language is due to precipitously declining revenues in the state. So we've leveraged those MOE waivers, for lack of a better term, in the past.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Chairman, the last exception request in preschool services is on page 272. This is another B11 that we do. We have 5.4 million in federal funds that's not in our standard budget. So we do a B11 every biennium to put that in. So this is a request to get rid of that and have it in the standard budget.
Okay, so that takes us to Wyoming Life Resource Center. So we'll take a break and we'll be back at 1:30. Unless you want to finish it.